Took it a second for it to catch up there. I was sitting there clicking and going like, why isn't this going over? Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I actually don't even think I'm going to be doing the full 10-minute like countdown here. I'm just hanging out, having a bit of a joint, letting my dinner digest. To be honest, I had some really good stuffed crust vegetarian pizza, but like now I'm all like, and also, while we were waiting, after getting the initial community votes up, I went and downloaded a bunch more stuff for the SNES library. Kind of fill that out to ones that I used to have and no longer do, or used to have and the cartridge doesn't work anymore, and still have it laying around. And then some of the ones that are just impossibilities, like there's never going to be a version of it that reaches American shores, i.e. games like Bahamut's Lagoon. It's never actually properly localized. The only version out there is fan translation. For the longest time, that was the case with the earlier Final Fantasies as well. Like, well, let's see here. 2, 4, 5, 6 were all fan translations for a while. And then I think eventually somebody did actually get localizations uploaded that were American, or in some cases the European. That's where you start seeing the U title on some of those files. My scar tissue is giving me problems today. Real talk, folks. You remember post-op to actually like give yourself proper massages and stuff, because holy cow, the scar tissue is no joke, and not moving the material enough can lead to some discomfort later. Take care of yourselves out there. The song's so chill, but it's like not really what I'm feeling right now. Let's boop. Run towards you, distant Awu. Yo, what's going on over here? Hey there, LT. How's it going? Probably gonna be doing some gaming here in just a moment. Just kind of hanging out right now. We've got some community votes. If you're in the Discord, feel free to throw your hat into the ring on the announcements channel. We've got some reaction rolls there. Keep it comfy. Gaming, hell yeah. But yeah, it looks like the current leader is people want me to play some Heroes of Hammerwatch. And later I might do some Minecraft and what's this other one here? Baldur's Gate 3. I might not do Baldur's Gate 3 tonight. That might have to wait until another night. We'll see how we're feeling. But a bit of Heroes of Hammerwatch sounds nice. And if another vote pulls ahead, then we'll do that as well. Sounds like a good time. I'd agree. Hey there, Tiglis. How's it going? How's seen you in a minute, huh? Like I always kind of swing by on Saturdays and then forget to ever really message you. You're back busy with work? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I just realized we're on number 97 here. Working every day 12 hours. Yeesh. For the next month. What kind of work do you do, Tig? Is it TIG welding? Close. Small. I'm unfamiliar with different variants of welding, like methodologies. I understand spot welding because I've done it. And I think I understand TIG welding. That's like with the stick, right? Welding inspector for QA/QC for the gas industry in northern BC. SMA is a stick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the layman's terms. TIG is tungsten inert gas. And you use that for lathing things? Backing gas, tungsten electrode, you feed the wire into the arc. I'm like trying to parse this right now while like already having spent a good chunk of the evening fairly medicated. So I'm like, graphics please. But that's not gonna help. I just started reading and like hoping more information would show up, but no. And like the thought occurred to me, like, how many welders do we have in like the extended community? There's a lot of welders. I didn't realize that. Yeah, Bust is a welder too. Fab's a welder. Like, or at some point has done welding and has an opinion on it. Does that mean that you're like natural predators over like the same territory and you have to duke it out by peeing higher on the fence? I love that that's the one that does not work in oil and gas. Working at a grocery store. I mean, I'm here working for our Lord and Savior Bezos. May he forever fly in space. I don't know. Okay. Do you think I would get in trouble with Twitch if I were to watch the video Google's on and do a react to it? I don't know. I don't think that working at a grocery store like is inherently any less specific, or I don't know. Because I worked in food industry, and so I see the importance of good produce and good meat and good food and groceries. I have the perspective of a chef on that, and it definitely changes the way that like I approach being in a grocery store and like what my expectations are of said grocer. Yeah, you are important. I don't like buying moldy things. Like, that's legit work. Back when I did delivery and stock for like Coca-Cola, I can definitely say a lot of people are like, "Oh, you're just another trucker," and it's like, yeah, but I'm also delivering a thing that makes people very happy. Oh, hey, we've hit the end of our timer. Beep 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 beep. It's here, it's me, it's the green glow dog. I'm here. I'm actually here. I'm here, everyone. I'm here. Just super uninteresting. Yeah, I mean, ugh, easy to. Were you the one that was saying that like legs of a 40-year-old or something recently? And I said mood because I had done damage to myself throwing CO2 tanks. Not suitable for relationships or being a parent. Why? That's interesting. I don't quite. Is it because of like when you have to be available and how long? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So it's rig life. I'm familiar with that. Work is never consistent. Yeah. I've seen a lot of that. Wyoming has a lot of that, and like most of where the money is in Wyoming comes from all that. Okay, let's see. Here's a Hammerwatch. Looks like that's still the winner. Hotfix number 4 redeployed. Hey everybody, we may have broken your save games again. Uh, let's see if this actually goes through. Do I have to do anything special? No, we're good. Cool, we got it. Sound, music. Met a guy in VR chat when he first started playing? Okay. He was a welder and asked you to look at his welds. Oh no! The whole community blocked you. Okay. I have 2,000 gold. No idea what I'm going to do with it. Twitch is giving you a hard time earlier, so just going to try and lurk and hope it works. Yeah, I didn't like your teasing very much. Twitch was having a down, like a full outage, earlier today. I want to say it like roughly 12 hours ago for me, actually. I ended up having everything go down, and I had to just like I did a flush DNS and registered new DNS and changed all the settings on that, and it still wouldn't bring it back up. I went and did a check on Down Detector, and it showed that they were getting reports, but is it down right now wasn't, which was interesting. I'm all out of stuff right now. Study greaves. 10% chance to gain 2.5% of your health back when hitting with your primary attack. That's pretty nice. Yeah, give me all these. All out of stuff. Alright. Let's see. Settings. Do I want to... You know, let's just listen to the nose outside empty. It works. We'll turn up the sound on this. It was still down when I left for work, but I had your channel up, so I'm hoping it recovered. Aw. Also, hey there, Fab. Ah! Such a femboy. Aw. Cute. Everybody's a bunch of cuties. I have to remember to like check in between rooms to make certain I'm not missing chat. Found the perfect image on Reddit for... I'm waiting. Oh, well, now I'm curious. I'm gonna take a look. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, yeah. Working in the patch versus. Now here's a question that I wonder. How many of the men that you work with are also on VR chat? Patch is kind of like the bottom image sometimes. Yeah, it's true. It is true. I have seen it. I have seen this side of the patch. I'm not sure like how well that. Ow! All these guys are high-strung ragers. Ooh, what did we get? A tablet? Markham Stone. Nice. Just couldn't let it out because of the culture. Yeah. Um. There's plenty of like weekend warriors in the Wyoming oil rigs. I can certainly say that. It'd be so funny if we made out in VRC. Cute. You. Although, ¿por qué no los dos? There are things you never told her. Huh? You're in a relationship and spend a year in camp. What do you mean? Alright, so like I have to I will reserve judgment for oh no. Oh no. I see. People just living their lives. Nice. And when I was living in what I would now probably call non-ethically non-monogamous, I definitely adhere to the whole love the one you're with kind of mentality. One girl in a room with 4 dudes, yes, who can... Yeah, alright. True. Wait, what's the button for potion? What's the button for potion? How potion? How? No. Potion. 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 Whoa, whoa. Start menu just starts opening up. Didn't ask for this. This is not my beautiful house. Stiletto. Where's Loopy Points? I'd say the acceptable use of that term would be when you see them doing strange engineering feats. Alright, what do we have here? Bop, bop, bop. No, wait. Ah! Chirping's going crazy right now. I should actually... I should hit the dab pen. I got this joint here. One sec. There we go. Cheers! Was that the whole map? Oh, that was. Alright. Oh, I turned in all that gold. I guess it was worth it though. Alright, let's see if we can get some good gold here then. Maybe on your way to the moon, overconfident with the concentrate. Oh, I've had those nights. Cheers again, and enjoy your trip. Mine's fighting back too. Ah. Now what do we got in here? Arrows? Arrows. Huh? Nice! Plus to mana. That means more shooty arrows. Got some ore. Got some gold. Plus 1 potion charge. Nice! Wow. Are there any small subtle details you notice on people, like freckles, beauty marks? Like on other people in general or on specific people? Like, the answer is yes. I notice tattoos and things. Yeah, I pay attention to asymmetry in people's faces, probably more than is psychologically healthy for anybody involved. When people ask me to be brutally honest in the past, I have made the horrible choice of actually being brutally honest in a way that turns out that's not what people are normally asking for. Also, holy cow, this track is loud. But yeah, like, I pay attention to birthmarks, do a lot of passport photos. Okay, yeah. Whoa, debug. I didn't know that was an option. I'm not going to get anything for items here, but maybe we can get something. Plus 1 magical and physical. Great helm. Plus to armor. Awesome, because now you're adding these things to the detail of your avatar. It has nose freckles and things like that. Yes, I will actually notice those over time. Sometimes, like, it does have to be pointed out when an edit has been made, but other times, like, it's harder to notice. Oh, my mouse is captured. It's harder to notice when a change has been made that is small and subtle and artistic, versus, like, over what was previously an unblemished palette versus something that may already have detail, because then I'll have already been paying attention to that and will notice the change there. But smoothness, suddenly changing to having like 1 or 2 different freckles or moles isn't as likely. Jeez, you say that and I'm so tempted to pull out my other avatar whose face is actually like physically based off of mine And the reason that she looks so unearthly is because she's not anime proportions. She's built like a human. Added a small bit of cross-hatching under the eyes last week, and people ask if you had a whole new face or eyes. I was trying to figure out what it was that you had done, because like the minor shading does make a huge difference. And having that like little bit of extra 3D sensory input, it stands out. It makes something look a lot less flat and cartoony. Okay, heading this way. Nice. Hmm. Oh, nice. Become deeply interested in the quality of imperfections lately and has led to so many advances in making things look beautiful without being uncanny. Aww. Like, I legitimately respect and envy people's capability to pick that stuff up and just adopt it so readily and so effectively. Like, I'm consistently blown away by the level of talent inherent to the entire, like, general community, as well as, like, some of the just some of the people that really stick out. You're one of them. Like, I wish I understood a third as much as anybody in our friend group that works in Blender or Unity or anything like that. Best I can do is continue to apply like physical media techniques to digital art and hope that it's not too different, too storybook in relation to what people expect to see in VR. Because like famous photo of the Dust Bowl woman got kind of inspired. I'll have to look that image up, or if you want to throw a link up, I'll take a look at it right away. Where is that button? I missed it somehow. Like, is that it? Thank you. Let's take a look at this here. Oh. Beauty and imperfection. I see what you mean. That is gorgeous. Mm, I don't smell those. How did I miss the button? Is it behind this? No. It's not behind that. Oh, that is it right there. I am a fool. Alright. Time to grab all the loot and bail. There really wasn't that much here. Also, serious respect for like taking a look at some of the harder pieces to really capture, especially in digital productions when you're really working off of what is effectively an anime palette and base. And still applying what you see there. It's not easy. I keep getting 2 items on these. I haven't had the all 4 at once in a minute. What do we got? Undead Encyclopedia. At least I'll do more damage against the upcoming area. Woo! Oh, I just found this button. Oh, maybe not. Ooh, this is like one of my favorite tracks. I mean, no, come back. No, that was the opposite of what I wanted. Okay, yeah. Yes, I am that kind of nerd who will absolutely stop everything to go change the track because I am that kind of nerd. Is that the switch? I'm really bad at seeing these. And then I managed to accidentally roll my chat into the wrong menu. Party. Are you kidding me? No. We're having problems. No, please don't go to the analytics page. Okay, nothing over here. Hmm. I think it's just like whatever it is about this specific track that I like so much, it sounds like something I would expect to hear from a punk band, but like on an acoustic track, hidden on an album. If any of that makes sense. Nice. Crit rate always good. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Oh, bugs. More critical hit with skills. Okay. Sounds handy. And then this was a secret, wasn't it? So all of this is done. Okay. We zoom. We zoom. We travel. We go boom. Got good money here. Okay. Yes. Ooh. That was all of my money. Can you just like sit and farm these? Hmm. Metal, blue, common. What does that mean? Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll take that. Even faster. Ow. Oh, I'm not gonna remember this. I got none of them right! 0 of them! I'm bad at this. Nums makes that look way easy. Whoa! I missed my co-ruler gremlin. Where'd he go? Ah. So many bugs. Wow, it really does take way longer to level up after a while, doesn't it? Now to run through the entire level again. Nice. Getting some good items for just stacking more stats onto the character. I dig that. Your poison means nothing to me. Wait, what? Okay. What do we got over here? +3 damage on primary. Nice. With the increased attack speed, that's going to be pretty nice. Over here we got some more. Yep. Ow. Could not remember the button for that. Wizard's Wand. +2 damage on primary attack. Stun enemies for 2 seconds when colliding with them, and +2 health. Very nice. Running directly into the boss while doing my spin attack has been proving extremely powerful. Like some sort of dangerous flourish. Well, that went well. Soap got me earlier today with the is this Baldur's Gate 3? I have messed up so many times. Curios box. Ooh, plus to all the goodies. I've messed up so many times recently with like trying to figure out what it is that Soap's playing, and I keep guessing like the wrong game every single time. It's been really funny, to be honest. Oh, jeez. Crab battle. Alright. Oh. Nice. So I wonder if the stats are additive or multiplicative. Like the plus X%. Okay, I don't even have the thing to open that chest, so I'm not gonna bother. Songs like this make you want to play good old Gunbound, and I will never get to play that game again unless I start it off with some other people and we all start from the beginning. And I don't even know, like, if the server still runs for that one, but it's a fun little, like, artillery trajectory game, kind of like Worms. It's free. It was a Korean developer. For a minute, I played a lot of Korean games. Like, I was really into Priston Tale and Ragnarok Online as well. In fact, Ragnarok, that's a game that I would love to, like, be able to slow down enough to comfortably enjoy on stream, because I love the game. But I'm also aware that it's just endless grinding. It's like streaming RuneScape. Like, yeah, you're streaming a game all right, but it is not exactly the most entertaining. Let's see here. We got ore drop off. We got a thing I don't want to open. Is that the portal for skipping the area? Am I even capable? I don't think I am. Let's find out if there's... Only RuneScape players enjoy RuneScape streams, it feels like. You know, I know a RuneScape streamer you might like. Oh no, I have to change songs. The song... No, no, I must defeat it. I defeated it. Yeah. Actually... Okay. Oh, it's even worse. There's so many. Choices were made. Huh? Woo! 3 and a blue on top of that. Nice. My crit rate has to be so high now. What? Where's the... Yeah, okay. Okay. Oof. Attack power. Armor, resistance, skill power, crit chance, 23%. Nice. Was it this level that I saw that chest? No, I think there was the one previous. Whoa. There we go. And that's with what you said there, like, only X player enjoys extreme. Yeah, I should probably approach that with the same thing when looking at like somebody recently commented that they love Escape Velocity Nova on one of my VODs, and I'm like, holy cow, this is actually one of the games I did not expect to see anybody respond. But it is a cult fan following for a reason. That's why I love that game. Do I just I don't feel like I could survive that. I'll just hold on to this key. Hi there, Witchfinder. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good day. And hello there to you too. I got ghosted. Hands really tired from doing art, so hanging out on Twitch time. Nice. What kind of art were you working on? Ooh, gold key. Don't see those often. Self-portraits, haven't touched real paper with physical media in years now. Yesterday's trip made you go back to it. Oh, nice! I've been wanting to re-enter the trip state for a sec, but I have to, like, make certain that I give myself time and intention in between. Post them on the Bucky Discord. I'll have to take a look. Also, I still feel so bad for hitting the wrong channel on that. At least that shows that I actually check his alerts. Like when he says he goes live, I do open that channel and look every day. Let's see if I feel sure enough of myself to attempt this. I have some potion charges to go. Oh, okay. This isn't bad. This is chill. Sphere of Life. During combo, you gain health regen. Very nice. As long as I'm killing enough things, I'll keep healing. Very handy. Team Fortress 2? Why is my girlfriend playing Team Fortress 2? Oh, I need to check on her. Was there seriously... Wow. Okay, once again. Do I feel... Oh, no, that's not even a gold. I don't think I saw a gold. Okay. Bum, ba, da, da, ba, da, 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 da. Ba, ba, ba. What just happened? Laser time. Oh, okay. Cheers. Lucky charm. Plus the gold gain, plus the luck. I like those ones. Straightforward, to the point, get more loot. Nice and simple. Let's see, that was it for that one. Alright. I have so many ore on hand, I'm not happy about that. Also, I do not know why, of all times, that was when the Wildmanite accent decided to come out. Like, what's up with that? I do what I can to avoid that ever being a thing. I am here. I am the destroyer of statues. Smoke and filter. Oops. Never do that. Avoid that when you can. Shoot the cyber demon until it dies, but avoid smoking filter. Is that a button I see? No. Map's getting bigger. And a little shop. We got money to spare. Let's go buy everything we can. What do we got? Curios Case, Part 2. More health and mana, more attack and skill, more arm and resistance. Good. Sphere Time, increased combo. Magic resist, more armor. Bap, bap. Bap. Big Spenders 3. Alright. Still missing chunks of the far end over here. Oh, okay, it's this again. Flap. Rapier of Retaliation. +2 evasion. When evading an attack, you gain 25% damage buff. Very nice. Very nice. Also, dab pen time. If the battery will let me. Okay, see the fire bolts, and that looks like it for this map. Wait. I guess the ore drop must be on the... Yeah, it'll be over here. Ooh. Yikes, that is such a huge tax. Why am I only... What? Huh? I see. Ah! Yeah. Ow. That's the last of my potions. I have made choices here today. Okay. Oh no. They're getting strong. I am not good at this fight. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well. Made good money. Okay. Expanded floors. All traps and corridors are disabled is way more powerful than I thought. Plus to movement speed, plus to luck, increased chance of finding imps, bigger bottle. Interesting. Okay. Health and mana pickups are less effective. I don't mind that. More enemies. Yes, please. Wait a sec. Safe corridors and lethal traps is free. You can just tip them against each other. All traps are disabled. Traps deal 2... Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, thanks, game. Hey, I hope somebody remembers this later. Elite. More elites. No ore. Minus to luck. Okay. Well, let's... Save. Okay. Okay. So... Okay, I don't have the money for any of that yet. Let's go... snag a starting item, I suppose. Or, wait a sec. Sell 10 ore for 2,000 gold. How much gold do I need to do a city upgrade? What are the actual limitations here? Town Hall 4 unlocks Tier 4 buildings. Buy more upgrades. Buy keys and items, 3 common, 1 uncommon. Prices are cheaper. Upgrade your skills further. Huh. Buy upgrades, buy upgrades, buy upgrades. Better trade rates. Okay. Better trade rates. And these just require more. Okay. Ooh. Pretty. So did I already buy the upgrade on this? Okay, yeah. Path of the Magician, which I like. It's good. All that stuff right now. I want to say I already got my skills upgraded. No. No. That's terrible. That would be pretty cool. Would have to have both stones, and that's the start of it. Markham. Yes. I don't even care. Cool. Apothecary, nothing yet. I feel like I'm missing something there. And... Right. I see. And these cost... Wait, what? Oh, because I don't have access to the tier 3s yet because that was from a different town. Got it. We continue our journey. Wait a sec. So, activating both is bad. It just turns them all back on. I made a choice and it was bad. Would you look at that? The thing I didn't want earlier. I just got it. Okay. A lot of health items. Okay. Oh. Shoppers. This goes nowhere, of course. And now I have to go all the way back up so I can buy another item. My apologies. Of course, of course, of course, it's this way. Of course it's this way. Why wouldn't it be? Okay. Give me that. Took a dab way too hot. I can smell the future. What is it full of? Pain. Well, that was bound to happen. V-Star. Feed the thing. Preset. remove that. I see. Save. The Groovy Ghost it is. That sounds fun. Can't use this yet. Hmm. Hmm. Not a bad combo. Very expensive start, though. What a fun start. Grab a vendor's coin in the town? Powerful. Alright, so this time we have the enemy reinforcements, but we don't have... There's no dangerous traps. There's traps, but they're all disabled. So I can just kind of adventure. Which, like, that's the thing that's been killing me so bad. So I'm like, give me the loot! My reward for adventuring. What the heck? I sure do love coughing into the mic. I'm so sorry, folks. Ah. My lungs, they do hurt. Okay, I'm gonna chest over there. We'll see if any of the, like, the disabled traps, do they stay disabled? What? Are those traps only, like, the... Oh, they must just be the traversal ones, and not the loot ones. Wait, does that mean I just got the thing? Ah, no, that was a different character. I nearly just bit it again. Bit it again, bit it again. Tempted to go through that portal. I receive a message. I wonder who it could be. Let's take a look here. Oh, back right here. Okay. Ah, looks like I missed a spot up there. That sucks. Right at the intro, too. Aw, that's like the worst reward you can get from that. Yeah, Hammerwatch. Heroes of Hammerwatch. I don't know if you have this one, but I would be down to have more people join me. It is effectively Gauntlet. And hell, if you decide you want to play Hammerwatch 1, I'll play that too, but this one has character progression, which I appreciate. Uh, I do like reading things and hearing your voice in my head as I do so. Give my wrist a sec here. Oh, that crunch. Oh, +2 evasion. Very nice. Oh. Oh, that's a concerning number of bugs. Okay, so yeah, it is all of the traversal traps are disabled, not like treasure traps. Oh, that one just dropped a key? I didn't know enemies could drop keys. That has got to be a super low chance. Alright. Plus to overall damage reduction. Ooh. Okay. You do in fact have it. Oh, okay. Wow. Let me clear this level, turn in the loot that I get from it, and I'll start a new session. It's potion. Don't really need it. Uh, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, leave all that being. Return to town. Return to menu. Multiplayer. Create lobby. Select. Private. Uh, oh, that's cool. Let's see. Yan, I can't see you. You're invisible. Last online 3 minutes ago. Saw me get ready to invite you to the party, and you're like, poof, I'm out of here. Wait, why do I have new recent emoticons with you? Yeah, Steam this. Whatever that means. How do I invite you to this, though? Manage. Invite to play. There we go. And go over here, go over here. Hit stream voice. Oof. You will be creating a new character if you haven't already, but I'm running my level 12 rogues, so like if you've got a pre-made character, go ahead and run them. Let's see. Go to games. We will turn on the Discord capture. Oop. What is your name there? Driborg, Georgia. Driborg, Georgia? Drip, Georgia. How? All right. Before we start, I'm gonna go ahead and take. Hey, hey! Oh, I love the new avatar in here. That's cute. When you talk, does it also animate with that one lighting up?
It will.
Yeah. Wait, what? What did I just hear?
Did you hear something from me?
Yeah. I think you've got soundboard intro, and it took a second for it to
Oh
play.
no! Oh no! I forgot about that.
Yeah. Uh,
It was a ball
that's.
peen hammer.
Is that what that was?
It
Okay.
was. It was indeed. But yeah, apparently I have a character from a pre-existing Draborg,
J-
Georgia.
Jaborja. I don't know how to pronounce, but yeah. All right, let me switch things over to a be right back screen because I've been sitting here for a minute, and I will do. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. See you folks in just a sec.
I'm gonna talk to Tiglet about Mario.
Do it. Whoa, what is going on here? Is that what that? Whoa, hold up. What am I looking at here?
I don't know
Oh,
how
that
you
is
did that.
cool. That is so cool. You have to squish it just enough. It's me. That's so
Ooh,
cool.
it shows up in stream elements and everything.
Oh, that is amazing. Uh, please don't be awful with that in the future with whatever else you could make. I'll be right back.
Make something terrible. Gotta relearn how to play Heroes of Hammerwatch. Jorga. Alright, Mario. Let's get you subbed up, Mario. What do we think is the button to talk to NPCs? Oh, it's F. Hi, Busta. Alright, the camera's only going to follow this. Didn't a sequel to this game come out? No, Hammerwatch 2 came out. I heard it was bad. Yeah, it doesn't have good ratings. Let's go through controls real quickly. Should I turn screen shake up to maximum? Probably.
Absolutely. Max that shit out. I need to get my stream title updated here to add you in. I also need to grab a cardigan because it's getting to the time of night where it starts to get cold. Lovely Colorado, where in the same day you're going to need both your air conditioner and your heater. Out and grabbed some chocolate.
Ooh.
Raspberry chocolate and chocolate covered espresso beans.
Ooh.
Let's put
I
the
love chocolate covered espresso beans.
virtual puppy back in place.
Take her over here. Some ice cream sandwiches.
Ooh.
Delicious.
I'm having to step back from ice cream because it's starting to actually like mess with my stomach as I'm getting older.
It's a lot of dairy.
Yeah. Well, I'm having issues with just like basic things like cheese. My What is that noise? What class are you playing?
A warlock, I believe.
A warlock.
But I have no idea how I spec'd into anything. Okay,
C.
C.
Yeah. C will give you some info there.
Jabor Georgia the Disciple, a level 7 warlock.
Oh,
I can
right.
cast Soul Dagger 2, which is what you were hearing.
Okay.
Lightning Bolt 2. Summon Gargoyle. Extended Domain extends the effective range of all warlock skills by 30%. Soul Cleaver. Enemies affected by soul consumption will spread 50% of damage, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I barely remember any of this. I know that Hammerwatch 2 came out recently and was not well liked.
What I saw of it, it does not look like it's any better than this. Like, they didn't make a second game, they made another expansion pack and marketed it as a second game. This is the second game. What they released as a second game isn't.
Yeah. People love Heroes of Hammerwatch, and they still want Heroes of Hammerwatch 2.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently
Well, that's the other thing, is that, like, this is Heroes of Hammerwatch. Hammerwatch 2 is Hammerwatch 2, not Heroes of Hammerwatch 2. And that's the big difference. Yeah, this is a separate game that uses separate mechanics, and what people were expecting was the second version of this. Okay, so let's see.
how do you refill your potion?
Gets refilled at the start of each
Nice.
start of each dungeon, and then whenever you find a wellspring, you can refill it as well. So I'm gonna do.
How does the Fountain of Fortune work?
I'm throwing. So by adding more coins, you can increase the total value of favor that you can have, which leads to some interesting, like, positive or negatives. If you have a bunch of negatives, it'll increase the total amount of experience and gold gained. But you can drastically change the overall playing of the game. So what I've got right now is bigger floors, all traps are disabled, more enemies, and less useful healing and mana. This makes the combat a bit more like Hammerwatch 1, but with all the skills that are in this one, plus more loot.
Can't say I'm familiar with Hammerwatch 1.
That's valid.
I don't know what a lot of these NPCs do.
Wow. Alright, drink.
Some guy said I could convert.
Well, that's a gambler.
Did not know that was in this.
This one is alcohol. As you go through the dungeon, you'll randomly find alcohol in the game, and you can use that to give yourself different modifiers that add pluses and minuses based on what there are. How much gold and ore do you have? Up the top.
2,755 gold and 9 ore.
Okay. So you won't be able to make any changes to the town with your ore. The only thing that you'll be able to really use it for is buying and selling if you want to get extra spending cash for things like the well, or this merchant here who actually sells items for the start of any given game.
Nice.
That adventurer's garb is pretty good. None of these are like
Oh,
bound.
you have different items than me.
Yeah, you re-roll.
You can re-roll.
Uh-huh. Plus the health regen is pretty nice. I think I'm gonna go with these and leave the Sphere of Time. Grab some keys. Okay.
What kind of keys did you get?
One of each.
I did the same. Let's see how that goes.
Alright.
I grabbed 2 items. One extended my magical power and range, and the other gave me some pluses. 25% less mana cost, under 50% health.
Nice. Can I look at your... Oh, I can. I can look at you. That's interesting. Will spread 50% of the damage taken to nearby enemies. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Alright, let me know when you're ready to start.
Alright, let's watch some hammers.
Alright, let's watch some hammers.
Kind of like a weird short range spellcaster.
Yeah, melee spellcaster.
Ooh.
God. Nice. Scroll of Magic Missile. Hell yeah. What'd you get?
Scroll of Magic Missile, page 1.
Nice.
What's a freak do?
If you're hurt, it'll heal you. Ooh. I've never seen any of the other character classes because I've been playing this as a ranger this entire time, and so has Noms.
Oh, Noms plays.
Yeah, Noms was the one that got me into this because he saw me playing the first one. He's like, "Yo, is this Heroes of Hammerwatch?" I'm like, "This is the first game before they even figured out they could do a proper roguelike." Honestly, I don't understand why they did this the way, or why they did the second one the way they did when they knew they were so successful with the idea behind this one. But I think that also, like, I don't know, maybe they're trying to bring the ideas from this one into the first game. It wasn't what I was expecting.
I don't think it was what anyone was expecting.
Yeah.
Oh, these must be for mana.
Yep. Yeah, I'll let you know if I see any items or chests that we both have to pick up separately, because the gold gets split evenly. Okay.
Wonder why I couldn't pick up that mana, even though my bar is... Oh, well, it's letting me pick it up now.
Alright, looks like that's most of the level. We can either take... Well, we were doing the larger levels, so let's go ahead and do the full larger levels. Because there's more rewards to be had that way. If we weren't doing the larger levels, I'd say let's try the portal sometime. But that's also like, once you already know how to fight... Nice. Wow. What? One item? Curious box.
Apothecary herbs.
Nice. Mandragora.
Ow. Oh yeah, we got our potion.
Yeah, those are handy.
Ooh, I gotta get some. Gotta get some mana.
Thankfully, it's kind of everywhere. Alright, found a bronze key. And a barrel of stout might be down here for you as well.
I solved the trap up here. There's a ring of mana for me. Might be something else for you.
Okay.
Up there on the left.
Thank you.
I don't see anything down here.
Circlet of willpower. Nah, you went down to the right spot.
Oh, that's I got Circlet of Willpower from the shop beforehand.
Oh, that's funny. Let's see. Oh, hole in the wall. Oh, there's a person up here. Unscrupulous gambler. Select some items and roll the dice. Enchanted Dirk. Roll the dice. I got Ring of Mana, plus to health and mana regen, plus to mana regen. Hell yeah. Yeah, you can trade an item that you don't like for an item that you might.
Interesting. Ring of Health.
Got a diamond and some spell gems.
Nice.
So, the entrance. Okay.
Is there a mini map?
Yep, hit tab.
Ah, okay.
Oh, this room would have had traps initially. That's funny. Okay. And there's a spot to turn in your ore if you want. Did you refill your potions?
They must be full.
Okay. You can turn in your ore here if you want. That way when you...
ore and 615 gold. 13% tax.
Yep. The tax is gnarly. Just wait till you get to the thousands and you watch literal thousands going away. You must gather your party before venturing forth. And I eat chocolate. No, you're fine. I'm eating some chocolate and having a relaxed time. Raspberry dark chocolate is so good.
Did we design our characters, or are they just pixels that we picked?
They're just pixels based on the class, and then you can choose the colors of your character in one of the rooms of the town.
I'm green and glowy.
Mm-hmm. Same.
I don't like how they yell when they're taking damage.
Don't you yell when taking damage?
Yeah, but it's not like, ah!
Oh no. I'll disable this. There you go. Now it's safe.
Nice. Spiked flail.
Got another trap room in here. Great helm. Plus 7 armor.
Enchanted Dirk.
That's the one that I traded away. Oh, there's a shop in here. Nice.
Got the poison.
Yeah. Okay, Book of Enlightenment, yes. Killing an enemy increases movement speed, yes.
Greaves of the Barbarian.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Do the items level up as you go? Is that what the numbers at the bottom mean?
It's sets. So like the heavy gauntlets are part of the journeyman's outfit.
Ah,
The broadsword is on its own. The cape of withdrawal is on its own. So like looking at set items can sometimes benefit you later more in the long run through those set bonuses.
I took one of the spheres of power.
In my case, the broadsword is actually a really good because I do initial low damage with high attack rate. So this is much more effective with the raw plus 10 just outright. And that's why. I'm also like 5 levels ahead of you, so. Oh, what the hell? There you go. Oh, it was just a diamond.
You saw that?
Coin. Yep.
1 coin.
It's worth it.
Gotta get it.
It's worth it. Oh, I seem to have accidentally disappeared my chat. Good second morning. Hey there, Yuki.
Yuki.
How's it going, hon?
Good second morning. I also slept a little bit.
I considered it, but wait a second, hold on. How many members of our D&D campaign do we have? I'm so willing to jump games again immediately.
Oh, I've been jonesing to play it for a while.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I think I'll wait. We just went to a shop. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn in my gold. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Yuki's down. All right. I guess notify Josh. Ping the furry.
Josh is around. If I was playing Yomi Hustle.
Wow,
Wait, that was easy.
I've learned a new technique for fighting that boss that is just unfair. Yes, Yash has the Chatterino.
No, I was quickly summoned. This game is more fun than I remember.
We did at some point play the first game together, I believe.
Yeah, ooh, you think so? I'm not sure.
I want to say that we did with...
I don't think I have the first one.
Well, no, I have it as an DRM free pack.
Oh.
From back on Humble Bundle. And that's where you would probably have it too, because that's where I got it.
You know what? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Ow, 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 poison. Oof, oh.
Incoming.
Wow, you can really take him out.
Well, I'm also bouncing around them.
Oh wait, you know what? I keep forgetting about the potion. Always trying to conserve it.
Yeah, if you're on a map where you know that where there's a potion refill, like spam the hell out of it. Have fun. We got this is the portal room. Looking for a secret switch.
Oh. I thought I saw one earlier. Let me go check. So, there's this.
Yep, that was it. Good job.
Oh yeah, it did open it.
Yeah, it opens all of the... Oh, hey, I found a gold chest. Or is this a bronze? I guess we'll find out in a sec here. I think it's just bronze. Wizard's wand. Well, there's an item here for you. What we got in here? Cowl of Protection. 25% chance to block 5 incoming magical damage. Very useful against ghosts. Room full of plants. Very
Roll of
angry
magic
plants.
missile 2.
Oh, nice. You're gonna end up with
wait.
the...
So I'm getting the magic missile set.
Yeah. So when
Do
you
I
use
have
your...
to add it?
No, when you use your right-click ability, it'll cast...
Cloak of mini pockets plus 50% gold gain.
Ooh.
That's nice.
Getting some
Oh, that
good
benefits us
loot.
both too.
Let's see here. I'm gonna refill my potions.
You say potions.
I have 3.
I guess it's... You have 3?
I have 3.
3 different potions or 3 charges?
3 charges.
3 charges.
Nope, no switches here. That purple bolt that's coming out of my attack sometimes, that's the magic missile.
Ah.
There you go. It's a speed.
Stiletto.
Safe plans. Woo! That's a lot of enemies. Oh, hey, I'm dead.
Uh-oh. Can I revive you?
You can. I would suggest killing everything first. When you revive me, we end up sharing our souls until we find a graveyard. So if one of us dies, both of us die at that point.
Oh, I died. Killed by skeleton bowman. Wow, found a lot of golden ore.
Guild title gained. Respected. I just got a bunch of gold for no reason. I have no idea why.
No complaints. Josh has got to have Chatterino.
Josh do. They just might be sleeping.
Safe plants. What does that mean?
I ran through a room of plants and, like, danced around their attacks.
Oh, I see.
Buy upgrades to your potion and pick up effectiveness. Yes. Okay. Reloading the world because I just bought an upgrade. Sorry. Let's see here. Treasury. Sure. Okay, that leaves me with 2 gold, but 22,000, or 2 gold, 2 ore, but 22,000 gold. Can I use it? I like the skill damage better. Let's see here. I've got 10 skill points to spend, so I'm gonna go up to the skill guy.
Where do you see that?
Way up at the top left, roughly. Let's see, where are you at? Yeah, up here. I need to upgrade the skill tiers, and then the cosmetics is this person here.
Enemy sighted.
nothing I can train.
Hi, Filton. Ah, woo!
Hi, Filson.
Let's see here. All out of stuff for the smith. Oh, I need to do the... Yep. Elite reinforcement. More elites. Bigger bottle, plus 2 more potion charges, plentiful gifts, increased chance of finding imps, plus to luck. Gotta go for work right meow. Aw. Well, have a good day at work. I hope you enjoyed that sneak peek. I showed off the little video I made earlier today. I'm gonna increase our movement speed. Increase the amount of mana gained from your potion from 100 to 150. Increase the amount of healing gained. Alright. So upgrade those. Ooh.
Alright, 3 charges now as well.
Apothecary's Mortar and Pestle, the green from that set. If you get all 4 of them, 1% chance to refill a potion charge when killing an enemy. Like, you don't have to worry about the potion fountains anymore, you just refill them from murder.
Rapier of Retaliation. Cowl of Protection looks pretty no-brainer.
Assassin's Dagger. Ring of Mana. Vendors will have more items in dungeon shops. Yes.
Probably should have re-rolled.
I did, yeah, I tend to burn a lot of money on re-rolling just because I want to get good, a piece of starting loot that I'm actually going to feel benefits me. Alright, ready to start when you are. Also, Yuki, if you have this, we can start another lobby that includes you. In fact, I think I can just...
It's a fun game.
Invite from here. You do not? Oh, okay.
I don't think I have Yuki on Steam.
First time you've seen it. It's a fun little game. Oh, this again. Yep, it's a fun little roguelike. Roguelite, because this one obviously has character progression, which is separate from... Well, actually, the first Hammerwatch is just a straight-up RPG, like arcade-style RPG, where it's try and beat the game, get good, don't die, and you can upgrade your character, and the maps stay exactly the same. This one, it's actually like procedurally generated maps. You can affect some of the way the maps are generated by adding plus-minus values to the overall experience and gold totals. And you can upgrade skills over time, which is why my ranger is able to dance around enemies like that. Yeah, the actual character progression's fun, and there's enough different classes, like Nyan's playing as a melee range warlock. It's pretty cool.
Seems to be
Right,
an elemental warlock. But I don't know if it's just that was the only skills I had an option to do, or...
By default, yeah, there's only so many it gives you. Okay, that's just a refill. Woo! Oh, hey. Apothecary's herbs. Nice. I should have gone for the apothecary set instead.
Turnbuckler.
Warlock. Eldritch Blast time. We just went with the large maps. I'm gonna hold on to my gold right now because we might come across a dungeon shop, and I think this is... No, this is not the vendor coin run. Whoa. Cheese? I don't need cheese. Or... Oh, there is a shop though, so that's good.
Yep, shop over there.
I'm gonna loot around then instead of making a beeline for the shop, because I'm not gonna have any gold for it to begin with. A diamond. Okay. Good chunk of gold.
I have to pick it up.
I feel that.
Can't just leave a gold sitting on the ground.
Well, it's like I can't leave enemies unkilled because experience is a finite value in this. Like, the game will only throw so much at you.
Ooh, you're really good dancing by.
Oh, here's a drink called a Smelly Old Man.
Beast Slayer.
Nice. This thing here is a... does this show up for you?
Does what show up?
Oh, okay, yeah, there's a drink here. Oh, we missed a spot up there. Oh, it's the shop, okay. Ah! Thank you for blocking that poison damage for me! Ah!
Mrs. President, get down!
Would you, we are not running the DLC, we're just playing the base game right now.
Oh, there's DLC.
There's
Yeah.
major DLC that adds, like, extreme endgame content according to Noms. It is, like, extremely difficult to play. If we're about to start another campaign, I'm not going to spend any coin here. I'm just going to turn it in.
If we're about to start another campaign.
Well, not campaign, but another playthrough. Because the gold that you have, if you quit, you die, it kills the character. So you don't get to keep that gold.
Eldritch Blast.
Finish with Genshin dailies, and it's got a download. Alright. This game is tiny, so...
Who talked about Genshin dailies?
Yuki.
Not what I would expect.
I could see a certain Ice Fox playing anime waifu game. Woo! I just kind of ran through there. There's a passive bonus for the ranger where if you stand still, you get an increased attack speed. Jeez. Seems to have a lot of health.
Emily on stream earlier was talking about how much she'd spent on CSGO skins, maybe?
Rust, I think.
Yeah, she had bought Rust skins, but I assumed it wasn't Rust when she gave the actual figure, because if it was just Rust, that's really...
I mean, she went off saying it's not good. Was Yae Miko.
That was more than just rust.
That's some good gold on this run. Amulet of resist. There's a item box down here.
Coming after I kill these porcupines.
Let's see, what else is on this map, or was that it? Up.
Yeah,
above,
monster
yeah.
pamphlet.
Oh, nice. Increased damage, increased experience. These are handy. Oh, hey, it's the
Wait.
ore turn-in. I'll use
Can you
it.
see other people's items?
If I hit C, and then there's a little arrow on the upper left corner next to the map button, I can go between our character
Oh, that's
inventories.
cool.
Yeah.
I wonder how much XP I need to level up.
If you want to turn in your ores and stuff, it's the thing that's
Oh,
here.
okay.
Let's see. This way. I think we got that boss again. It is so funny hitting the boss with the spiral swing, because like it does not seem to have
Adventurer's Garb.
I got the Apothecary's Flask plus one more potion charge.
Nice. I have not had to use my third ability at all.
Oh, I keep forgetting I even have one. The Entanglement.
I have one that's good if you weren't around and I was fighting a room full of enemies.
Yeah.
But generally you disrupt a room enough that it's not as necessary.
Yeah. Whoa. There's a lot of javelins all at once. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Got bats.
Wait, is the potion not shift?
It is R.
Okay.
For me, it's R. I don't know if I changed it to that. Ooh.
Nice.
What's in the box? Diamond. Okay. I really want to alt tab, but I can't because we're multiplayer. I really want to turn up this song. Okay, it's playing the jungle mix, which I guess it's not playing the jungle mix. It's just playing a song that's in the jungle mix. Yeah. Ow. Oh, bronze key. Handy. Those Mandragora suck.
Oh no, I died!
Oh no. Alright, I'll come get you. Don't forget to use your potion.
Yep.
Still not seeing.
A switch.
Yeah. Oh,
Alright,
I
let me
found it.
think.
It's right here.
Oh, really? I was just in there.
Alright, that's a bronze chest.
Okay, I opened a silver chest over here.
Oh, nice. I got right boot of speed up here. So there's a chest in the spot. And this all
Wizard's
just
wand.
same as before. Oh, I need to refill my potions. Nice. Ooh, what do we got here? Lots of money. Groovy Ghost. Defender's Halberd. Disarm enemies. Nice.
I think I got that too.
Turn this down slightly. Yeah. Woo!
My
A lot.
PFP was, I don't know the name of Genshin's.
Yae Miko. Into the wall. Ring of Rejuvenation.
Great Helm.
Monolith imbues you with endless potential. Oh, I can just... Yeah. I
This
get to just...
monolith imbues you with gold fever.
Oh, nice. Enemies you damage will drop gold. Here comes
Oh,
a bunch
no,
of
it's
bats.
just- Ouch, ouch.
Found the button.
Nice. Alright, I was definitely supposed to be using this ability way more.
Okay, that opened up all the doors, so time to go backtracking.
Yep.
Wow, that guy blocked nearly every shot. That's wild. We got ore and ore. Okay. Was there anything up top? No.
Or...
There we go.
Ooh, got a lot of gold.
A lot of gold. I'm gonna wait. I might see something that I want. You never know. Plus, if we get to the boss run, it'll just give us the opportunity to drop our stuff right then and there. Were there any other items for you?
Don't look like it.
Okay. She's the pink lightning mommy fox. I think I actually know who that is by that definition, and that's really messed up because I've never seen any Genshin content on purpose, aside from like this one really cute, like, Dom sub image that I have somewhere.
No one told me there were Dami mommies in Genshin.
The
Ouch,
world
I'm
is growing.
dying.
Nature is healing. Relevant bow, plus 20 attack power. I deal even more damage now.
Fear of life.
That one's good. Gain healing during combo. Aww.
Oh, what did I die from? Oh, we were intertwined.
Yeah, I forgot to turn in my gold. I had so much in hand.
I had 7,500.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. All right,
You had
well.
one potion left. You opened one chest.
Damn. Plus 100% gold gain, health regen set to 0. Period. Yikes. Plus 10 damage on primary attack. Primary attack costs 2.5% of current mana. 10% chance to score a critical hit on primary attack. Minus 20% 20 armor. Genshin Mommy's putting a pin in that research topic. All right. Let's see what I can find at the shop here today. Sphere of Time and Sphere of Mana and Lifestone? Yo, seriously? Yeah, I'll take
spheres.
That's a damn good start. So, time to maintain combos increased by 0.5 seconds. During combo, you gain plus 3 mana regen. When I am comboing, it does the combo Nova, so it constantly blasts attacks out in 6 directions. And when I kill an enemy, there's a 15% chance to regain health, which healing is very hard to come by in this game. So that's pretty nice. For like starting out at level 1, that's really nice. Do you want to do a long, like the same type of dungeons we've been doing, or do you want me to do a normal size and we can try one of the portals?
Dealer's choice.
Okay, I'll leave it as it is because we could definitely use getting more currency as we go. I'm still very much in the early grinding phase of this game.
Alright. Oh wait, I should spend some money though. No I shouldn't.
Ready to join? Okay. Let's see. Close this, go over here. Invite to play. That should give you the ability to drop in. Let me turn down my music. Also, we're just both in stream chat. Let's see if it'll let us. Hi, hi.
Hi. Wait,
Hi Yuki.
Okay, did that invite go through? Cool.
It's telling me what it's asking me what I want to play now.
Oh, nice.
Paladin's a warlock, and you're a ranger. Yeah, sure, I'll be a paladin.
I don't even remember what the classes are.
I don't either, to be honest. I'm like level 15 on this ranger, and I've just been enjoying it.
Last time I played this game was 2021, and I only got to level 7, so could have been too far.
Yeah. I think I've played maybe like 20 hours of this game at most, and getting to this level, so not too bad. I'm still curious.
When you roll your character, Yuki, tell me if it gives a random name generator So I'm trying to decide how I came up with my character name.
It does give me a random name.
Okay.
I think I combined a few things from the randomizer.
But I think I just name it me, don't I? There we go.
Poor Georgia.
That'll work.
Deborah, Georgia.
Deborah. I should roll a thing while I'm chilling here.
That works.
Build a thing?
Roll a thing.
Oh, I see.
Did I say build a thing?
Build a thing?
Build a thing? I did intend on doing
buildings.
Minecraft, but
It's a little bit of engineering goes into rolling a thing.
a little bit. Oh, the paladin's cute. Whoa. It's even the right colors for you.
I just happen to have them, which is nice.
You can
the
recolor your
gamble does.
character. Oh, the gambles literally just throw money,
Oh,
potentially get
no.
money. Yeah, it's actual gamble. Do you want to gamble the little progression that you've had?
Yeah, I lost some monies. I lost 500.
Oh no!
It's literally just a high card.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, we got different. Oh, I like the movement.
The movement techs in this seem really handy. The ability to... It's actually making a squish noise when you hit each other.
Yep, it makes a little.
Mine
makes
mine
sense.
does make a little different noise when it hits a person.
That's funny. My apologies, folks. I'm getting myself set up here for another delve into the dungeon. This gives you an opportunity to get a feeling for the movement.
Oh, you can attack this dummy.
Yeah, I'm actually able to break the dummy now.
I don't think I can do that.
Even with your secondary abilities and stuff.
Well, let's see.
That's pretty cool. That also gives a better idea of like how much damage you can deliver, how quickly. Wait, is that actually trying to regenerate you?
Yeah, something's regenerating me. Oh wait, it is called Soul Dagger. It's possible, very possible that it does heal me. The Warlock gains 5% health and 10% mana based on damage dealt by soul consumption.
Oh, it gives like different enemies as the... So I can break this one. Okay, adjusting my legs, getting a little bit of a stretch in, and I think I'm good to go. That side-to-side sweep is pretty impressive.
Makes you think Paladin's not typically known for their sweeping.
I'm also pretty impressed with just how much that character is able to do at level 1 with no upgrades. Like, zero.
Oh, I upgraded.
Okay.
Sword and armor, but yeah,
For the
because I
best.
had 500 gold for some reason.
Nice.
I don't
Gold-
know how major that is.
Gold is shared between characters. I spend between like 500 and 1,000. Or sorry, it's split between characters, not shared. I spend between 500 and 1,000 every playthrough, so that's about how much I want to make per death. Just because that's about how much I throw into starting equipment on average.
It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, if there's a chest that drops an item, I'll be sure to point it out so everybody gets there, because it's per character.
I guess
Yeah,
this is a
kinda-
healing fountain.
What's that?
Kind of like how it does that.
There's like a water fountain that's glowing.
That's to refill your potions. Which on mine is the R button. I don't know if you're on controller or keyboard.
Keyboard.
I originally played this game on an Afterglow controller. Worked pretty well for it, to be honest. Let's see.
Big pile of bugs up here.
Oh, and a hole in the wall. I'm sorry, I should be helping you with that. Just
Oh,
like,
you're okay.
just like, ooh, loot.
No,
There's-
I know how to do the fallback and attack. Ooh, what's
Drinking
this?
potion.
Upper cloak. Yeah, sure. Plus 6 evasion, sure.
Poison enemies are my least favorite.
And Towel of
Enchanted
protection.
Dirk.
Another item up here for everyone.
3 armor, 10 health. Nice. Oh, spacebar is... Okay.
Wait, what is spacebar?
Oh,
that's a
potion? Huh.
Well,
That makes more
this'll
sense,
refill
though.
that.
Yeah, good opportunity to do so.
It's per character, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Alright. And ready to hit the next level when you folks are.
Alrighty.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
What is this,
Ooh,
Baldur's Gate?
chainmail. Okay, that totem is really cool.
Oh my god. Shooting his tendrils at us. Yeah, he uses up mana quickly though.
Your melee damage is so high. Like, I'm doing about 8, you're doing 14.
Yeah. You do it in a bigger area, though. But I think later on, hopefully, I'll be able to, scale up to where you...
Yeah,
Next
'cause
character I
something
play in
like that.
Baldur's Gate, I want to be a paladin.
Paladin is very nice in Baldur's Gate. I'm liking it a lot.
I would never consider playing a paladin in, like, most of the, like, computer game versions. You should grab this key.
I played a
Thank
lot
you.
of cleric, but I feel like paladin really overshines it.
Well, cleric is a paladin with, like, a different set of rules in place. Got an item up here for everyone.
There's an item up here.
There's an item here, too.
Curios box.
Oh. I see you doing
Yeah,
a
drinking
puzzle.
potion. I already did it.
That wall button
that's-
will make
Oh.
everything safe.
There we go.
Alright, I got steady greaves. Nice.
Got a lifestone.
Lifestone is really good. Again, like, healing is very hard to come by in this game, so...
I got Sturdy Bolt. 15 health. Nice.
Well, that's just... Okay, cool. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Okay. Bats.
Lots of bats.
Oh, Whoa, room full of stalactites. Mana stone. So there's an item up here for everybody, and I cannot make the room safe. So.
Ah, it's one of these ones.
Oh. Amulet of Resistance. I don't know what it does. I would have loved to have read it.
You can
check
look at
it
it in a
on
second.
C.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's see. Plus 5 magic
Uh,
resist.
Fear of time.
Plus 5 magic resist, yeah.
I get plus 2 gold when killing enemies now.
Oh. Well, you should kill everything.
At least large groups of enemies, it'll be worth having me go through with the arrow
You already
spin.
do, pretty much.
Yeah.
Guess I only brought a bronze key.
Well, that's part of where my 500 gold goes, is buying, or 1,000 gold goes is buying one of each of the keys. So that's 750 right there. Plus 2 experience. Ooh. Ooh.
I found every bat. Let's see. Okay. Clear enemies, and then play with the chest.
Usually, yeah.
Oh, Markham's Purse. Plus 1% gold per item in your inventory.
That one's so good.
Damn it, I should have bought the items cost less in the store before I bought that one.
There was a vendor's coin. Oh, Yuki.
Yeah, I bought one.
There's some worms.
Yeah. Alright, I'll get
It's
you in a
from like
sec there.
20 bats and then a couple worms.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the bats. Speaking of
Alright. You ready to run?
them. Yeah.
Alright, when it comes to the bottom, I'm gonna have you go down.
It apparently was desynced from me for me.
Okay.
There we go. Ooh, okay. What's this?
Gotta get
mana.
that item.
So our souls are linked now. If you get killed or if I get killed, both of us will die.
Okay.
I
I'll be
don't
careful.
know what that does to the third player.
I live. I can chain it into yet another one
bats.
where
Oh.
oh, you might die. I guess that's possible.
Mm-hmm. Is that the whole map already?
Can't tell.
I think it was.
Can you move the map without
No. But that
Oh,
does
this
appear
is
to be the whole
healing
thing.
Yeah, I think that is it.
Yeah. I'll grab the
There's a
healing
couple
item.
couple healing items about, but I think they'll be okay.
Yeah. I do need to get something with good lifesteal later. But yeah, traps will wreck you, especially if you're, like, paying attention to avoiding an enemy.
Yeah, I got swarmed by like eight bats, and then was starting to be shot at by little larvas, and then the trap got me because I was trying to move out of their way.
Yeah. God, half tax. Terrible.
Oh wait, send down 3 and
Or
what
is
happens if I
your
send it down?
or goes to, well, anything goes to the village. So the gold and ore will be usable for your next character. If you die, you lose that stuff, but if you send it down, that gets stored.
Oh, okay. I'll send it then. That's yeah.
Time to obliterate a boss.
It gives you like the notification for it, or not notification. It gives you a spot for it in the beginning of each boss room. So like usually a good time to do it if you especially don't think you're going to make it through the boss. This should go pretty quick for this one specifically. Just because I figured out a very unfair way to fight this boss.
Oh, just making me eat like 10 of those daggers.
Adventurer's Garb. Nice.
Talisman of Decay.
What is that?
10% to gain 2.5% of your health back when hitting with your primary attack.
Ooh.
What?
Enemies just take 20% more damage. You just
Yep.
Wow. All right. You got some good equipment.
Well, nearby enemies.
Oh,
true.
I mean, you're still set to melee though, anyways.
It's pretty
Okay.
melee.
For this zone, there will be random hidden buttons on the walls, one for each
Yep.
level, and we gotta kind of keep an eye out for those to open up all the jail cells.
Wait, am I immune to damage from the front?
Oh, you might be able to block like incoming projectiles.
Oh,
I
that's
think
cool.
I think I heard that happen because I heard like a clunk clunk whenever a couple projectiles hit me, and I thought I was gonna take damage.
That's
Ow.
really nice in the hallway.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, if I can shoot over your shoulder tactically that way. Not seeing the switch just
Something
yet.
else.
This opens elsewhere.
Wow. I just made 400 gold off of those kills. Well, that room is dangerous. Oh, hey.
Item up here.
Item inside the hole in the wall.
+2 magic damage on primary attack.
Oh, be careful about this next move.
Ooh, nice. I think I'll have to do it again.
Ouch. Ouch.
There we go. Boots of speed.
Returns 15 physical damage to attacker when hit. Nice.
Need a sign of that.
Increase
Nope.
damage from the aberrations by 10%.
Oh, you keep getting those pamphlets. Oh, here's the switch. It's inside. It's above this grate here.
Oh, yep. Ah, ah, ah. Damn bugs.
That opened up all the jail cells. So we got alcohol in this room here.
So does this have infinite scaling where like there's no limitation on what armor equipment you get? You just keep getting more?
You just keep getting more stuff, yeah.
Okay.
So there's like one of the ones that Nyan got, just outright increases the amount of gold that you get based on the number of items you have equipped.
Which is pretty nice.
Yeah, that sounds pretty helpful.
Nothing in that room. Oh, this is the ore drop.
What is this? Nothing.
Oh, this is where we came from, the beginning of the level.
Did we? Yeah, I think we did the level.
Yep.
There was one
Okay.
jail cell that I think we didn't open.
Let's
I didn't go
see.
to.
There you go.
Yeah, it was that one.
Oh, nice.
The one thing I wish it was easier to do in this is increase your movement speed. That's down here. Okay.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Oh, somebody want to do nice a push block puzzle?
Oh, I know how to do these. Okay.
They're fun.
Let's see.
Mm.
All on or all off?
All on.
Hmm.
Will it take all but one?
Nope, needs all of them.
It's been a while since I did one of these. I used to be good
Yeah.
at them.
No, they're fun. I enjoy these every time. I enjoy getting to slow down to do a puzzle in a game like this. This is the kind of thing that I wish actually existed in like Gauntlet Legends for the N64.
Love Gauntlet Legends.
Right? It was such a good game.
I have it on Steam.
It's not the same. There were like
Yeah, it's
four
definitely
other
not the same.
there were like 4 other games that were named Gauntlet Legends.
Yeah, and also it's not what I was thinking. I have Gauntlet on Steam.
So I have that one, and I was impressed with the concept behind the way the spellcaster. Oh, what? The way the spellcaster worked in that one, with like sigil-based magic. It seemed like such a cool idea.
Ah, damn it. I have forgotten how to do these in time.
Well,
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking about it.
I see the switch for later, for the next puzzle at least. So that's good.
I do appreciate that this game actually has puzzles in it. Because so many games I play, like, they don't have proper puzzles.
Yeah,
And I mean, I guess this is like a common type, but still.
it's at least there. Like it's so uncommon. Wait. Oh. Hold on. Oh no! What did I just hit? Oh hey. Hello Twitch, OBS. Y'all want to come back? I just closed everything at once.
I think you just. I think I saw you hit on. I think you got to get the 4 outer ones lit up and then do the middle one.
I'll step back.
No, it's...
Wait, hold on. Okay, I completely misunderstand how it works.
It reverses everything.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it
Yeah.
reverses it. I still think that might be the way to do it, but
It is a way to do it. It is a way that I do end up solving this often. Most oftentimes, I just get really, really high and end up running around in circles until it resolves. I hate to say it, but it's
I'm
true.
pretty sure Ivy had figured it out some way, but
Like it's a common sliding block puzzle, and it's fun.
there's a version of a sliding block puzzle that a record store I went to used to have. That's just cars
hold on.
of different sizes and lengths.
Oh.
Ooh, hold on.
Uh,
Oh. Well, Oh,
Oh, that for a key. Yay.
nice. Yeah, a key, a single key. You could have given us an item.
But we finished it and it was fun. That's all that matters.
yeah, that was all that
Also,
really mattered.
these stores are all about to unlock because
Yeah,
that
keys
puzzle
right up here.
piece is right up here. Ow, ow, ow.
Something happened.
Yeah, I hit the button, so all the jail cells are open now.
Accomplishment, Mages 1.
Whoa, there's a lot of. Oh no! I got
An
stuck.
item. Plus 3 armor, plus 10 health. Steady greaves.
Unlimited armor.
Okay. Crunchy. Oh hey, there's a hole in the wall here.
Ooh.
Capable withdrawal.
Mana stone.
I need to head over where you folks were here.
Apothecary's herbs.
Is that a red? Ring of health. Nice. Ring of health, good. I now have health regen. Just so hard to come by.
Does sound helpful.
What is this? Oh, graveyard! Souls
Graveyard.
unlinked.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Being a mechanic. Well, hey, there's a lot of gold on this map.
It's pretty nice. I have an absurd amount of money right now on my character. I'm at nearly 4 grand from the kills because of that +2 gold per kill thing.
You must gather your party buffer venturing for.
What is that being activated?
I don't have a potion.
Oh, potion refill.
Woof! Why is this guy so beefy?
Gold.
Because you previously had an anti-constructs or anti-undead pamphlet. You don't this time.
This is just a huge roly-poly.
Oh. This must have been a bug one.
Oh no, my potions! Where's the refill?
Down here, down here, down here,
I think
down here.
poison doesn't kill.
Oh, okay.
Go left. For the potions.
Never before has my dash been more important.
Okay. Yeah, go left.
Okay, nice.
Yes, I do in fact block all hits from the front.
That's amazing.
Maybe
Except for
not those
poison.
ones.
So let's do physical hits and not magic.
Well, time to kite. There you go. Woo. I don't even know what that ability that's pinging is. Must be a magic item ability.
The sound? That's my combo.
Oh, I get a shield that goes around me.
Okay, this is
and
a memory
rotates.
puzzle. So, everybody watch real freaking close for this one. You ready?
I'm watching.
Alright, I'm gonna pick the first two. Or try to. Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
Uh-huh. Alright. I did not pay attention to any of the others.
Yeah, that's what.
Did you watch that one?
Oh no, I only watched the first two,
Oh,
so
I meant Nyan.
I don't think so.
Nyan didn't. Can we redo it?
nope. We get a silver key as our reward
No,
for
it's still
doing
got a
most
silver
of them.
key.
Yep.
Oh,
The further you go,
Take-
the rarer the reward.
Take that key, Yuki.
Minky.
I forgot that it was progressive like that.
Yeah. So, okay, that's still... Where is the switch on this map? Oh yeah, there's a shop too. I completely forgot about that. Oh, there's still more enemies here.
This is the hole skeletons come out of.
This was a bone hole. There's like a whole group of... Oh wow, that's a bunch of enemies. Okay.
Where are you, Switch?
Found it.
Nice. Ooh, item
So-
there. Not the shop.
So it is possible to farm the... With the items that I have, I can actually farm the enemy spawn points.
Ooh. Unlimited money cheat.
Yeah. Uncommon build.
No items down here, but I cleared out some
Thank you.
cages.
Sphere of Warriors. Kill requirement for getting combo is lowered by 2, plus 25% damage while in combo. Sandals of Swiftness, plus movement speed and evasion. Markham's Purse, plus gold gain. Yep.
Oh, shop, right. Did not mean to pop that.
I have so much gold. I really need to drop it off.
Okay, I got a lesser sphere.
Let's
Two
see.
lesser spheres.
Gold gain 121%. 21% extra due to items. I have 6 copper keys on hand, and I didn't know that there's a crimson key. That's interesting. Movement speed. Oh no, evasion chance. Crit damage, skills, upgrades. There's a lot more granularity to all of the the abilities here than I would expect. Also, why do I have so many more
there?
items? Yeah, if you highlight the stuff in the
You might have bought more, is probably the difference between the shop at the
yeah.
beginning and this shop.
Alright. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah, I was just looking at the
Yeah, that's valid. There's a lot of cool
see
stuff
what I
there.
see.
Oh hey,
Hello, time to send stuff down.
time to get taxed all to hell.
21% tax.
Alright, this one is large orc. Try not to get smashed.
Well, I'm always trying to get smashed.
First to get smashed by this guy.
Oh, that dungeon?
Oh. Why am I... Oh, he dropped a trap. Also, there's enemies that'll drop little stun things, or throw stun things, so avoid the bullos. They suck. Ow! Yay, potion! I drink you so many potions. Ow. God, that hurts. So close. So close.
Oh,
So
yeah, he
close. So close.
I'm hit by Toho?
Hey!
Okay.
Construct Monster Manual. Right?
Yep, got the
5% more
same
damage
thing.
for 8% of mana missing.
Wait, what did you get?
5% more, 0.5% more damage per mana missing.
Oh.
I think.
And then if you get an additional, 2 more seals, you get plus to skill speed for each % health missing. Interesting. I've never seen that was set before. The greens are more rare, and then blue is more rare on top of that. I think there's a purple.
Ogre's definitely harder than the golem.
Yeah. Holy cow. Okay, so there's statues that will summon ghosts in this zone. The ghosts are very hard to fight. The statues are necessary to progress to the next map. Oh, here's one of the statues.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm
see
gonna be like
one
really
there.
kind of careful and defensive right now because I'm at like 2 health.
Okay.
Oh, didn't work.
Oh no. I'll resurrect you. As soon as... Okay.
I might be about to have to resurrect me on too.
Oh no! Oh no! Get cornered!
I'm just gonna chill here for a sec.
Those ghosts are mean.
Yeah, those ghosts are very mean. Alright. I will sit back and heal for a minute because I have natural regen.
Huh?
Yeah, do minimal dodge for lots of archers. You're less likely to accidentally step into a different bullet path. It is very Toho after a certain point. Oh, that one hurt. I forget that I have
Okay,
entanglement.
recharge
Wow, this turret bowman
Oh
stays
yeah,
alive.
there you go. Problem solved.
Whew.
Everything here hurts.
That is
Well,
true.
hopefully we'll find some good loot in the area. Oh, that is a lot of skeletons.
Yeah, it's a lot of skeletons.
They have a bone to pick with us.
See if I can regen. Oh lord, it's a lot
Okay.
of it's a lot of arrows.
There's a lot of skeletons.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait a sec before trying to res you. I don't know if I can get through here safely. That is more than I can get out. Holy cow, I made it out.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, that was... I'm just gonna use my range to our advantage here. Oh, okay, I can shoot back. There's a statue down there. Whoa. Okay.
Whoa. Damn ghosts.
Yeah, their meteor strike is pretty brutal.
Oh,
Eee.
that meteor strike sucks.
Ugh.
Oh, that almost got me.
Oh.
Uh-oh, it's coming after me.
Yeah, they can go through walls, so like going into a corridor is a bad idea here. Because they can hit you and you can't hit them. Okay, this thing's almost down.
Ooh, we hit a difficulty curve, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's because we all spent our healing at the same time. Okay, that's a portal.
What's the deal with the portal?
Allows you to skip the entirety of the zone, but you... God, if I die, we all die. Lets you skip the entirety of the zone, but you have to do a challenge boss fight.
Oh!
Very
Killed by a
fun.
lynch.
Yep. Killed by Drake Jojo.
You died. Your appalling performance paid off. Oh, it's
Okay. That was cute. They got some decent ore out of all that. Let's see.
Okay, so what do I spend my money on?
You can spend it on
I would spend it in
upgrades.
the shop for upgrades.
The
I would not
apothecary.
gamble.
The apothecary is good because you can
Oh, I
upgrade
can-
your potions and your
I
skills.
can gamble it all away.
You can.
Don't gamble, no.
Gamba?
Not
I
on the
need-
rust skins.
Looks like I need to save more ore before I can upgrade the city any further. I just dropped hot embers on my boobs. Ow.
Hmm. Can I like give you my ore?
Nope. You want to hold on to it anyways for your single player progression. You can also sell it for gold if you really want to. But blacksmith is a good place to spend gold. If you have stars, you'll spend those as skill points up here.
Alright.
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna go see what's in the shop today. Tower shield, 25% chance to block 25 incoming physical damage. That's pretty good.
So how do? Oh, that's how.
Oh, okay. So the shield blocks most incoming projectiles within an 80-degree arc. The shield also has a 25% chance to block 5 physical damage. That's what it does.
Okay. +2 damage on... You know what? Yeah, I'll buy all 3 of these. These seem fun. Okay. 1 of each key. A magic build upgrade, and... Oh, the well. Do we want to continue with the same dungeon loadout? Lousy healing, more enemies, bigger floors, but less traversal traps.
There's companions.
I
Oh, they're
don't...
so expensive.
They're so expensive. I have no idea what they even do, and that's why I haven't bought one yet.
Dog costs 25,000 gold.
I know. I have 16,000. I'm like, I could get it. I could get
The
it.
the dog that it looks like the pets will pick up gold and ore for you.
I mean, that isn't... It's nothing... I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're mostly for funsies.
Okay.
Heroes Unknown Frying Pan.
Huh. That sounds fun.
Blocks projectiles in a backwards 90-degree arc.
Oh, yeah. Incoming projectiles from behind won't hurt you because the back of your head's protected by a frying pan on your head.
Yeah, I'm grabbing that.
Summon Gargoyle that fires bolts of lightning. The gargoyle lasts for 5 seconds. Can be linked with nearby gargoyles to create a static link that deals additional damage. Max amount 2.
Wait, that's
Huh.
my ability.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, you have it too? What the fuck?
Lay on Hands applies a buff to all allies around the paladin that lasts for 3 seconds. The buff restores 3 health plus 2% of max health. The buff also applies a shield that has a 25% chance to block 5 magical damage. So you can just cast a healing buff on the rest of the party when we're all...
Oh, that's nice.
That's when we're all screwed on healing items and we're all out of potions. That's not a bad option.
Yeah, you can start healing us. Uses 30%, or it uses 30 mana, so I don't know how
Is
spammable
that
it is.
lay on hands?
That is lay on
Oh.
hands.
Nice.
You should have minor mana regen, but it might not be like inherent to the paladin. Oh no, it is. It is actually slowly doing that. Okay. Are you two
They are
good
fun
on?
to chain together.
You good on items?
Yeah.
Yep, I
I'm out of money.
upgraded.
All right.
I think I've upgraded all the upgrades I can. I got the improved potions, improved
Nice.
pickups.
There's a wellspring up here in case we run out of potions for some reason. About to make this trap safe. Ring of Rejuvenation. So there's an item up here for everyone.
Ooh, item. I do love items.
Ooh. That's a fun ability.
Yeah, heal's pretty good. Okay.
Roll a magic missile.
Nice.
Heavy gauntlets. More health.
Nice. That piercing ability on this is so powerful.
The monolith imbues you with gold fever.
Ooh, there's a monolith on this one?
Yep, back.
That's a portal. I like the monoliths, they're nice. Endless potential. I get to spam my spell.
Sundering Strikes. Probably armor removal?
It's only ever given me gold fever.
Let me take a look. Effect. Wait, character. Oh, that only shows mine. Okay. But it is
all
under
damage ignores 50% armor and or resistance.
the... Ooh. So skeletons would be able to resist you as well if we were fighting them. And those big beetles.
Ooh. Okay.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Coming.
You must gather your party. You must gather your party. You must gather.
You must. Ow. Ooh.
I get hurt. Cast heal.
Hole in the wall. Constructs.
Monster pamphlet beasts. Increase damage on the beast by 10%. Beasts give 10% more experience. Nice.
This hole was made for me.
Danger room. Plus 10 skill power. Items. Items for everyone.
Armor, I think it was. I didn't read it. Let's see. Sturdy
armor.
greaves.
Yep.
Cowl of protection.
Plus set bonus.
If I walk backwards, I can block with the item.
That is
I
true.
got.
That is true. I forgot to have endless potential, which means I have increased movement speed for the rest of that duration, so I can just kind of zoom. Oh, there's a shop in here. I guess I should check the shop. Firm Buckler, Defender's Halberd, Ring of Mana, plus to mana regen, capable withdrawal, Broadsword. Okay. Bop. I got a broadsword.
Broadsword, you say?
Plus 10 damage. It's from a shop, so
Oh, from the shop. Okay.
yeah. Got some ore here. Yeah, I'll have to drop into the shop at the end of the level too, because I have one more item I can purchase. Also, Greaves of the Barbarian. Item at the bottom of the map for everyone.
Nice.
Markham's Purse. 1% gold gain per item in your inventory.
Heck
Hell
yeah.
yeah. That one's so good.
Money.
Right boot of speed plus 0.2 movement speed.
Yeah,
That doesn't feel very impressive.
it is.
We'll just wait till you get the left one.
Exactly.
Oh, I have the left one.
Oh, really? That's funny. I assume that's what it was doing, but
It's in the shop. Plus 0.2 movement speed.
My character is equipped with a wand,
See-
a broadsword, 2 different shields, a spell book, a ring, and some greaves.
I'm wearing the
Oh.
right boot of speed and the sandals of swiftness.
Risk of rain logic.
Oh, you can only buy 3 items, right?
Mm-hmm.
I completely forgot about that. Okay, well, I bought the right 3 items.
I have the left boot to speed. So between us, we have split the boots of speed.
Yeah, we're gonna kill the three-legged hacky sack race. Hacky sack? I don't think it's called a hacky sack race. Sack race, something like that.
Potato. Onion sack. Oh, hole in the wall.
Nice.
Book of Enlightenment.
Ring of Mana. Hell
Additional
yeah.
2.5% crit.
Ooh, watch out for those coffee beans.
Scarab of Protection. Returns 25 magical damage to the attacker when hit, and releases a nova of poison darts. I now explode when damaged.
Slowing poison.
That's an interesting ability. Just a free splash attack.
And if you get damaged, I can heal you. So,
Let's see. Is that everything?
could be.
Didn't
Think
seem
so,
like
yep.
that much.
Oh, wait, there's a spot to the left here.
Ooh, apparently I didn't come up and get this item.
Oh, there's some gold also. Oh, that's
Sphere of Warriors. Kill requirement for getting
That's a
combo is
green for
lowered.
me.
That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Oh, this. Feel of the Martyr. Deal 1% more damage for each percent health missing.
Cool, so we each got a green out of that one. Huh, you keep picking up seals. That's interesting. Yeah, I should turn in my gold. I keep not doing so. And then I'm like running out of money.
I decided to hold on to it. I trust.
Okay. Boss
Oh,
battle.
this is the boss. But I trust because you can just like nuke the boss.
Yeah.
Easily.
Monster Manual Undead. Well, that'll be really handy for this upcoming area.
Apothecary Sphere.
Plus 10
Ooh.
health mana, 6 attack and skill power, 4 armor and resistance. Curios collection.
The curio stuff is nice.
A lot of raw stats there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bugs came out? Huh.
I think you have to stand still on them for that to happen.
Standing still and taking a bong hit on every iron grate.
For the free experience.
Maybe they just don't come out of all of them.
I'm thinking so. Found the switch.
Oh, nice.
Hole in the roof. Woo. I'll let you folks hit this one. They're fun. It's random. Sometimes you get one item, sometimes you get 4.
Oh, is it just a gotcha?
Yeah. It's just fun to pull the
You just
lever.
hit them.
Yeah.
Oh, I always wondered what it was doing.
Ooh, Ring of Transmutation. Gain 20%, 5% mana of health lost.
Tome of Magic Missile.
Magic damage ignores enemies. Wow, unleash 3 magic missiles when casting a skill. Nice.
Oh, that's my second Tome of Magic Missile.
Yeah. 25%
Or-
mana of health lost. That's
Wait,
interesting.
that's actually really good on me because of my lay on hands.
Yeah.
If I start losing health, I can heal.
Dang. Good build this time. Oh, nice. Refill shrine. Or, refill pool.
Cheese?
I'm not really sure what the cheese does.
Give me the cheese. I'm hungry. Give me the cheese.
Yeah, just plus 75 health. Got some diamonds. Bronze chest. Ah, Mandragora. They suck. Oh, I'm out of bronze keys. If anybody has one.
I got one.
Magic
Serrated
missile.
That's alright. Just 10 attack power. Nice.
Now I have magic missile. Plus 10 attack. Plus crit rate. Nice. Party's getting some good stuff this time. I need to hit that little wellspring. I used up all of my potions because I was showing off. I got an accomplishment for that. Oh, it's the person for trading items you don't like.
Ooh. Let's see here.
I could turn in that green and see if I get another interesting green in return. Oh, I got the Elven Bow, plus 20 attack. Hell yeah. Works for me.
Oh, a lesser sphere of life in exchange
Nice.
for the boot.
The one boot.
Fine by me. How do I take the item that it rolls?
It just automatically switches to your inventory.
Okay.
Wait, you gave up the boot, but I needed that.
It would be interesting if you could swap items.
Yeah, being able to trade them to each other would be great.
Oh yeah, we're looking for the switch.
There's another wellspring. Oh, I got a silver key.
Ow. Thank you.
I just poisoned a skeleton.
Oh, I found
Oh,
the
nice.
switch.
Hell
I
yeah.
couldn't see it at all. I just happened to see the prompt for it. No chest down there.
See. Oh, I see a drink on the map. Shows up as a little cocktail, like a martini glass. What did I find?
Let's
Ancient
see what
Spirit.
this chest appears.
Plus to skill
Plus
power,
to-
minus to resist. So refill my potion bottle. I see an ore drop off. I don't think I got any items on this map. I just got money and that one person I could trade with. I only got 2 ore too, so like I really didn't get anything on this map.
Where's that drop off? Oh, there it is.
Yep.
%13 tax.
6 gold and 4,000, or 4,000 gold and 6 ore.
13%. I've been getting hit with 55.
I wonder if it's because you're a higher level.
I think so. Like, I'm expected to go further. Oh, what is this? I don't know this one.
I don't know.
Oh, it's one of these. Oh, is it timed?
Oh.
Oh, it's just get to them. Okay.
Oh. The faster you do it, the more these bars fill up.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
I like that there's just different mechanics in these. Hallway. Woo! Gnarly.
Ow, ow, ow.
Hey there, Ami. Hey there, Bucky. I only just saw both your chats. I'm sorry.
Hi, Bucky. Hi, Ami.
Been killing stuff.
What is hurting so bad? It must be that poison.
That poison hurts.
What do you mean you're at full health?
I popped a potion.
Oh, you popped your potion. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm down to
I also healed you.
2.
Yeah, you've got heal.
Oh, I could use some healing.
Very, very helpful.
Yeah, where are you at? I need to get close to you. Yay, hugs from Yuki. Truly rejuvenating. We got
Yuki's here.
archers.
Oh, I don't have enough.
Ah!
Oh, right, it
Okay.
has a cooldown. That's why. Here we go.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't get Nan. I thought I got Nan. Oh,
Group up. Ouch.
Square up! Let's see.
These evil fucking big bugs.
Oh! Alright. Oh, that one dropped a key.
cool.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a reward for the big bug. Ow!
Okay. Well, I dropped off my money. What does this guy got? Lifestone, Mill of Thorns. Ooh, another curio box.
Nice.
I don't want that curios box.
Oh! That hurt. I just got hit with full poison damage. The maximum number of hits.
Ouch.
Thank you. That worm could do in a single hit. The way that I was hitting the stone golem. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That is, it's actually a pretty potent heal, because that was like most of your health.
That was. Found a hole in the wall over here. There's another one of those poison worms. Be on the lookout.
Yeah, my shield does not work on him.
Okay. So it's physical, not magical, that you're able to block.
It says projectiles, but maybe they don't count as projectiles or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, look out for that switch. That's it over there. I think. Oh shit, I don't got any potion left.
Yeah, May I has healed.
Is the Yan 80? No, okay, we're good. Oh wait, no, Yan does.
This-
Come here.
On the map, there's a
I've
smiley
got,
face like Venture.
By the way,
Something happened. Found an assassin's dagger in this hole in the wall.
a stinger.
Apothecary's flask.
I'm gonna go up to the shop here.
Oh, potion charge, nice.
Oh wait, there's a treasure chest down here. What do we got? Or no item.
Ah. I came running so excitedly for nothing.
Got another
that
box
shop
over
camera?
here. This one requires a bronze key if somebody's got one.
I do.
Yay.
Monster brochure.
Enchanted Dirk.
I didn't realize it shows you what people picked up.
Yeah.
If you look.
There's
With your
another one
eyes.
up here.
With your special eyes.
This one is blackjack. Oh! Worms. Alright, another item up here for everyone.
Nice.
Yeah, what was that? 10% chance to stun enemies for 2 seconds on primary attack. Okay. With a high attack speed, that's pretty
Circlet
nice.
of willpower.
Firm buckler, 25% chance to block 5 damage.
Blood dagger. Gain health back when hitting with primary. Yep.
Ooh, that's the good one.
Yep. Plus to movement speed and evasion. Or plus to health outright. Movement and evasion. And yeah, we'll go with all 3 set items. Sounds like a good idea. None of them are matching, but there's a chance that I'll pick up more set items matching them, so diversify. Fuck.
I trust you.
53% tax. 53%.
Well, I don't know, it's just some ore.
The ore is good.
32.
Yeah, I don't think they tax the ore, so.
Alright, slightly harder boss.
Slightly.
A significantly harder boss.
Oh, I got. Yep.
What happened?
I got stunned by one of the minions.
No, we got this guy so
'Cause-
hard.
They have those bolo abilities. Yeah, we're doing way more damage this time.
I'm also trying to kill the ads.
Thank you. It makes it a lot easier for me to just be a turret.
Oh hey, we got 2 items?
She's a
Claymore.
Prayer of Life.
Lifestone and reinforced gloves.
Graves of the Barbarian, killing an enemy triggers a 20% movement speed. Nice.
Lifestone is awesome.
Alright, this is the stage that made us hurt real bad.
Oh, here's a hole in the wall. What do we get?
Watch out for those ghosts.
A sphere. Sphere of mana.
Staff of Unstable Casting. Criticals with skills, that's not very helpful for me.
I just got an aberrations monster manual. But
Oh,
doesn't
that
ghosts.
was a crap.
Ghosts. Oh, and traps. Wow. Okay. I'll resurrect you in a second. I need to focus on what's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Okay, so your
don't-
body is on... Oh!
Oh
that's-
god.
That's what killed you. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Like, oh, that's quite a trap.
Yikes. Alright. My healer's on the ground.
Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah. Just run. That thing is messed up powerful. Yikes. Thank you.
Yummy, 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 yummy.
Oh, right. We have traps disabled for traversal.
Okay, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, don't these look like traps?
Yeah, so anything that's not a loot box will be disabled based on the thing that I turned on. So basically, any trap that kills you in this current play mode is you deserved it. Another hole in the wall up here.
Yeah, what a fellas.
Whoa!
Okay, not that.
Blue.
Taking damage when below half health will spawn an area that restores 7.5 your max health. Lasts for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds.
Duke's signet ring?
Elsbeth, I was looking for some. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Every time you move it. I'll be returning to my shop now. Okay, I was looking for some old ring that might have been in the Duke's position. Oh, it must have been possession, but I couldn't find it. Strange. Anyway, thanks for helping clear me a path out of here. I was trying to find a teleport spell in this book, but it seems someone ripped out the chapter. I'm returning to my shop now. I hope I'll see you there. I'm a real whiz when it comes to spellcraft. I think we just unlocked a new NPC.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's interesting.
looks like the Duke Delaney died in a horrible agony. Oh, that's the Duke right there.
You?
All right.
Duke?
Ow.
Something just hit me like a train that I didn't even see.
Ghost.
Ooh, it's a lot of diamonds.
Incoming. Thank you. Oh, that really hurt.
You can cast that remotely?
No, that was not me. That's a damaging spell.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a different.
That's the Duke's ability.
Oh, that's the Duke ring. Okay.
Destroy this thing.
That's
Okay.
which I'm gonna keep dropping on cooldown.
I'm out of potions? When did that happen?
Whoa. Backing up. That's a lot of magic. Oh. Whoa.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
Good save. Thank you. I'm gonna sit here for a sec.
And
I
another
have-
one.
I have very slow natural health regen. Very slow. Hey there, Tig. Hey there, Dan. Welcome home.
What about unnatural?
All right. Thank you for the unnatural healing. As I immediately take half my health in random damage.
Skeletons don't mess around.
They really don't. That regen is nice.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna focus on
Whoa.
that. I was thinking of focusing on the shield, but yeah, I think it might actually cause me to play in dangerous ways. I think I'm gonna focus on the lay on hands.
Still
Yeah.
more valuable.
Especially for party play. I bet you in solo it could make your run go way longer.
I can't
A
see
great
myself
threat
ever
has
playing this
spawned.
game solo.
I would-
That's
I
a
mean-
good message to see.
Oh god, Lord.
I mean, I was playing this
The
solo.
ghosts aren't even the threat!
I think the ghost may actually be the threat. I'm not sure. That triple magic missile is nice.
God, I thought I got. Oh my god.
Soul linked.
Run away!
Yep, back
Run
up.
away. Oh, that's the bad one. Oh no, it's a good
Be
one.
prepared to dodge. Be prepared to dodge. Oh.
Yeah, it's magic. Okay. Magic does not count as projectile. Understood.
I am in a bad room. I am in a bad room. I am in a bad room. Well, at least I've distracted all the enemies. Just sit here and shoot their spawn point.
Try to. Hanky.
Got the spawn point. Okay.
Oh shit, that's all the turrets that are
Yep.
really fucking.
And you got a couple of necromancers too. Take these out. Okay.
Eat magic missile.
Alright. See if you can find anything handy over here. I should not have eaten both of those, but okay. I get some decent money in here. God. Got them zoomies and some cheese.
Yummy diamonds.
Ooh, diamonds. Traversal trap disabled.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that fire would mess us up right now.
Uh-oh,
Yeah,
we're gonna get trapped in here!
that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Because they're all lined up, so I've got piercing shots. As long as I can line up the shot.
With me.
Yeah. He's nice trying to rush me. Let's see here. Oh, there's a great threat on the map. I see it. It's a big red exclamation mark.
Interesting. Well, let's find out what it is.
Oh, it's one of those statues. Alright.
Ouch.
Sequence
Okay.
complete. Alright.
Wasn't that bad?
I see a chest over here. Alright. Bunch of gold.
This looks like some kind of trap.
Oh, that absolutely looks like some kind of
Oh,
trap.
there's a chest.
We're all soul linked, so if it kills one of us, it kills all of us.
Oh, okay, yeah, the button. Okay, I see, I understand now.
So, someone with more HP press it.
Hmm.
If it's bad, I can run.
Yeah.
No,
I got.
it's enemies,
Okay,
enemies.
it's enemies.
Oh, okay.
Just
That's not bad. Wow, they got a lot of health.
it's tanky.
Yeah, they're mean ones. Ow!
All right. Who's got a bronze key? Nice.
Monster
Apothecary
manual.
sphere.
Full
Trigger's
plate
combo.
mail.
Oh, nice. You're now
Wait a minute,
a
no, that's supposed to be mine.
war mage. Okay. I don't see a shop on this map. I think that's the whole map.
Demise around gargoyle. Gargoyle good.
This is fun. Thank you both for joining me on this.
Thanks for that.
Very nice.
Yeah. Oh, I did not mean to shoot that. I hate. Alright, I'm going to avoid shooting that anymore for the moment. And just use... Oh, there's a monolith here. Endless
Ooh.
potential. I'm going to use that over here.
Endless potential. What does that do again?
Unlimited mana.
What? Really?
Yep.
That fucking rocks.
Right?
That's a little broken compared to the gold one. I could just spam the fucking gargoyle now.
That is a lot of undead.
Yeah, we need it. Thankfully. Oh lord. Oh lord. That's a lot of enemies. That's a lot of enemies.
Endless potential. It'd be doing something. Combo Streakers 4. Chain a combo of 500 kills. And I ain't even done yet.
Does it last for a certain amount of time?
The combo? Yeah, you can only get a combo that, oh hey, I found another bronze chest. Combo
I got a key.
requires that you kill, enemies within X number of seconds based on, like, whatever spheres you have equipped. Oh, jeez. There's a money and ore drop-off. I highly
Ore.
recommend using it.
Yeah, for real. You can die at any time. Ow.
Wait,
Oh,
gargoyle
I gotta
dangerous.
get away from that thing.
It's down.
What is that thing? Just...
Okay. Enemy relatively neutralized. That endless potential is like the only reason that we made it through all that the way we did. Wait, what's over
It's a
here?
little ridiculous.
There's a chest over here. Oh, it requires that you get... Okay.
Oh no, why did I just wander into that?
What did you find? Oh, I see. It's a lot of everything. Okay. Hi, friends. Careful.
To unlock this chest, it's gonna...
Oh. Okay. Well, glad we have a healer.
Where's the button I was supposed to press?
There isn't one.
Ah, because you don't have to go back after you.
Yeah.
Blackjack.
There's a
What the
shop
fuck
over
is
here.
this? What is
That's-
the door with a bunch of stone over it?
We have to destroy the statues for that to open up. Markham Stone as purchasable here. How much? Oh, Lifestone.
Sphere of Time.
I don't know if I'm going to get the Markham Stone before end of all this.
Sphere
goes
of Time
down.
is 2,000 gold.
Yeah, this one I'm looking at is 1,700, but it's plus to ore gain, so like doesn't get much better than that.
I want to send my
That's plus to progression.
stuff back.
Oh, hey, a potion
Everyone be
refill.
careful.
Potion refill.
Oh, potion refill, nice.
Which also includes a free immediate potion use. Interesting. A great threat has spawned. Oh, it's just more ghosts. Okay.
Yeah.
Just a bigger ghost. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Brunch. Yay! Thank you for the healing. Oh, there's
Oh.
another bronze chest here.
Should have another key.
What do we got?
Oh, this is not a.
Cloak of many
Markham
pockets.
Stone.
Really?
Plus 2% ore gain per item.
Per
in your
item,
inventory.
yeah. Oh, hey,
Sealed
there's
souls.
another gargoyle statue here. I'm gonna go get the Markham Stone in just a second. There we go. There it is.
Good
That's the one.
God. Is this one you can disable?
No. This one requires that each player goes through, so be very, very careful because it could kill all of us. I have to get this Markham Stone though, plus to ore gain.
There's lots of health items over here, at least.
Well, that's good.
I
Something to
don't
stumble into.
have. We won't know. Do we not know what those chests open with?
They're
They're-
copper. Bronze.
Yeah,
I'm out of bronze.
I only have a silver and a gold.
There's a silver.
Silver
though.
there. There's
Oh,
an
that just
ore.
goes through the walls. Oh, whatever. Oh, okay. That makes
Well, that makes it a lot more
easier.
sane. Come here.
I'm counting. Yummy.
Okay.
Didn't want to go do the one on the left.
Sure, the one that's like on the other side of this wall.
Yeah.
I almost have enough money to go buy another item already. That's awesome. Hit this thing as hard as I can with that arrow spam. Nice. That makes it way less of a fight. I'm gonna go buy another item. While they're available. But what? Where?
It's down the bottom right.
Okay. Greater Ring of Regeneration, plus 10% health and mana regen, or Sphere of Life. During combo, you gain life regen. 0.75 or plus 10%
We
outright.
got ghosts coming in.
Alright.
This is our
1800.
neutral place.
Good experience to be had, at least. Alright, I'm gonna go after their little statue.
Just using potion willy nilly.
Got it. Hey, I got a bronze key.
Nice.
Which chest should I open?
Bottom.
Okay.
We
Also,
respect bottoms.
I'm glad. Also, there's an ore,
Me too.
and what else is over here? Oh, okay. Grabbing loot as I go. Okay. Great helm.
Oh, I forgot. We gotta go get it.
Oh,
Circlet
Hey,
of
bud.
willpower.
I'm not sure what I got.
I just had a harvestman spider come visit me while
Amulet
I'm
of resistance.
gaming here. Hey, bud.
Ooh.
I'm gonna have
No
you go over
health.
there.
Skills cost cheaper.
A harvestman
Oh, nice.
64 spider.
Yes, a Harvest Moon 64 spider came to visit me. Where did my vape pen go?
Fire took it.
Portal is upper left. I forgot where it was. And they drop off.
Oh, you can only use it once. Okay.
That's not the drop off, is it?
That is.
But I will be sending down this 23 ore.
Ring of Rejuvenation. I just bought a green. Hopefully we can find a graveyard on this map.
Ooh, a bronze key. That would have been useful a bit ago.
I am not following you.
Yeah, don't. Stuff will be coming back in just a second.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, don't.
Get ready for it.
Oh, I forgot I don't have the unlimited mana anymore. It's so busted. Oh Jesus, these ghosts, they just park where we can't even hit them.
Yeah, that hallway was a bit dangerous. Okay. That's one set. That room relatively cleared. Ow! That thing hurts.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. Oh, hey, we got a knight. I'm so glad I have that stun ability.
Oh, did that yeah, that thing hit it.
Let's see. One. Thank you for the healing.
Yeah, always. Oh, so I can heal myself.
No.
Oh, I'm backing up.
I'm just about at full mana so I can do another run through there.
Back here, asshole ghost.
Alright, took out the statue. One spellcaster goes. Found a wellspring.
That would be very helpful, I think.
What do we got over here? Another statue. Ow. Thank you. And that's that statue down. This room looks like a little armory. Incoming.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna preemptively do that.
Put down the totems. These damn meteors.
Three knights.
Three of these knights, yeah. Chasing him over to your gargoyle statues because that's helping take him down.
Ooh, a nice time to heal.
Very nice.
You know what? This is here. those up here. Good.
Gargoyle over here. Giant diamond. 4,000 gold. Some cheese.
I really want that drop off because I'm at 7k.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Big hallway.
Sorry.
Threat.
I blame me.
I think we fall back from this.
Yeah, really. Sandy's still alive.
Yep.
Well, I meant me and you. I know Sandy's got it.
Yeah, having the +5 levels over your character and plus, what, 10 levels over yours? Thank you for the healing. I'm pretty astounded by how much, like, that paladin is saving the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, does turn out. It might mean party dynamics is helpful.
I'm also technically supposed to be the tank, but tank what?
Is there an actual healer other than Paladin?
Sequence complete.
The other was a sorcerer.
So I think you're really the only one who has any healing capabilities that's like
Heal
cast
others.
anyway.
Yeah.
Ooh, these little knights are funny.
Alright, I have 18 ore. 6,000 gold. 7,000.
9k and 14 or where's it drop off, please?
I'm not even seeing it on the map yet.
Oh, I can just walk up to this. They can't hurt me.
Nice.
It's true.
No,
Oh,
they can though. Gonna drop that.
thank you. That piercing damage. So good. Alright. Gargoyles around. Ow.
Didn't get.
I,
Time.
I stepped too far away from the tank. That was my own fault.
It's about to go off. There it is. Okay.
Okay, what do we have here?
Big old skeletons.
The hell is it? This is gonna be spike traps.
Oh, drop off, drop off.
Drop off, hitting that first. This trap may well, like, end our run. Yes.
I'm just gonna check 5,000, whatever. I don't care. I just get it out of my inventory.
Oh, run away!
Let's see. Stop in here and grab some goodies. What? Oh, killed by Yuki. You're rich. 5 keys remain unused. You opened 8 chests. You picked up 20 items. You took
died.
2,594 damage.
You died alone, remembered by none.
Your sad life comes to an abrupt end. Wow, I found 20,000 gold that run. I only got to send 6,000 of it back. But that
Ooh,
does bring me up to
17.
22. Yeah.
17 stars. Hey, you.
Oh, that gives me enough. Yeah, I can upgrade the skill person again. So hold on one sec before you spend anything.
Oh, okay. I was like, how do I unlock the tier so I can upgrade?
Yeah. Is it Guild Hall? Yep, Guild Hall. And I think I have one more upgrade I'm going to do in a second here. Blacksmith 3.
It like loads every time you do it. Okay.
Yep.
Blacksmith 3. Oh, right. Does that give us new options? Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm. Add plus 25 attack power, 25% or 25 armor, plus to crit damage. Boots 3, plus 0.3 to move speed. I can move faster. Nice. This is also all very expensive. Yikes.
Whoa, I get a new spell.
Power
Yeah, I
shot
can't
1.
whirlwind.
Charge up 3 arrows that deal 80
Eye
magic
of the
damage.
Storm.
Charging increases damage, range, and projectile speed. Huh. Or, on the prowl, when casting a skill, the ranger receives a buff that lasts for 3.5 seconds, increases movement speed, and grants evasion against all incoming damage. Mark prey. Grasping roots. I'm really not using grasping roots. The power shot. I will try that out. Okay.
I guess I have enough skill points for it. It's not like we're gonna make. It seems like it's an ordeal to actually upgrade that guy. So I'll just take tier 3 shield also, because it widens the arc. What's this guy got? Oh, he's the change. Right.
Increase crit damage on your primary attack to 2.5x. Ooh. Let's see. Attack power plus 25 from upgrades. So 30. Okay, it's incremental plus 5 for each upgrade. I want to snag myself equipment first then. Ring of Health. Health regen. Curio case. Markham's Purse. Defender's Halberd. Yeah. Okay. Now I'll go buy some upgrades.
I should have said that before you bought items. I think I'm gonna have to part.
Oh, that's fine.
Which I guess that actually won't affect your run, really.
Yeah, I think I can just chill here and it'll still let me go in.
Apothecary is all I know
Path.
stuff.
I'm gonna
Path
upgrade
of
the
the Magician.
speed. Yeah, the paths are cool. Eventually I'll actually save the gold necessary to do those, but like that's part of the reason I was playing single player initially, was just to get the grind going so I could get some of these upgrades.
Trying to upgrade my armor stuff
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah, I
Pretty much
have
used up all my gold.
about like 30,000 in upgrades that I'm gonna have to do to fill out everything the blacksmith just unlocked.
Hey, I just won Gamba and
Oh,
turned
I should do that.
500 coins into 1,000 coins.
I should do that as well.
Let's Gamba one more time.
You lose!
Oh, I lost. It turns out that's how they get you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I won.
Now they're hooked.
Another
Going
hook.
once?
Siri, stop talking to me. Alright, one more flip. Alright, I won. I'm walking away with my winnings.
Oh, I could like pre-buy a bunch of.
Yeah, you can get some equipment here,
Yes.
upwards of 3 items, and I highly recommend re-rolling them for stuff that actually matches your character build. Hey there, Hunter. How's it going? It's good to see everybody dropping in tonight. It's nice. How you feeling, Yuki? Do you want to keep going?
I can keep going.
All right.
Also, I'm a
Uh,
blender.
You are. I'm noticing that.
Ooh,
Will
spin
it
me,
blend? That is the
me
question.
right around.
Pretty dead tonight. Aw. You dead at work? Or you're feeling pretty dead? Hard to say. I'm going to use a restroom before we start another run because I can see myself sitting here for another hour and a half if I don't. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, that run was 54 minutes, I think. Oh yeah, let's see. I don't know how to use my new ability. That's it. Also links up with any.
Oh, I capped those two. Okay.
That's cool. Whoa, the eagle just flew across my screen.
Oh,
Just a big bird.
Burp.
Never seen that before. Oh no, you can blow the storm away. Nice dash.
There's something to be said about being able to just grab a dab torch and heat up your pizza with fire. I love it. Makes me happy. Let's
It's
see.
night for you. It's night for me. It's day for you. That's interesting.
nighttime
Oh.
for me.
Weird. Let's see. Wait, why are both of you over there? I'm sorry, Yuki. I didn't realize you were like halfway off the screen this whole time.
Oh, I'm okay. That's okay. I'm not mad.
Which you might as well update your
Yeah, I'm about
stream
to.
title to drop me and add Yuki.
Splat, 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 splat.
Squelch, squelch.
YUKIIVR underscore?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making certain I do know this correct.
I didn't even think about it shows the character name above their heads. I just see, oh, a big eagle just went by again.
Yeah, I have no idea what's up with the eagle.
It's cool.
It is.
I like that I see Yuki and Sam Life and y'all just see Drabor Gorga.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you decide to end up doing any other character on this. This has been a fun little interlude.
I can cast storm magic now, so
Oh wow. It generates an electrical storm that fires bolts of lightning at nearby enemies, dealing 24 magic damage. Can be linked with nearby gargoyles. Whoa!
yeah, it following you is, I think, the really nice benefit. I'm actually not really sure why I wouldn't just go all in on the storm. Well, mana cost is really why.
You'd end up having to do your runs with intent to find magic regen items right out the bat.
Yeah, true. True that. So if I leave, this won't affect this lobby?
I don't think so.
Let's find out.
Nice. Yeah, it seems like we're still good. I still have the items I bought. Well, thank you so much for coming in tonight. And
Yeah, this is fun.
I look forward to next time we get to do some gaming together.
Yeah, we'll play Baldur's Gate soon.
Yes, please. Josh never woke up.
Josh did wake up. Josh is in,
Oh, we're hanging out in pasture?
but you could force Josh to buy this in slot. Slot them in.
Yeah,
Alright.
drag Josh in here.
How much was this one? Because, like,
12.
Okay, I was gonna say I got
that's
this
worth
on
it.
sale for like $5.
Pretty fun
Okay.
game.
Roland's pretty good.
I'm curious to see what the. It does make me want to see what like the 4th level looks like.
Yeah. What all
That
the expansion
difficulty
content
curve
looks
is
like.
Real though.
Yeah, I think that really is meant for you to like go in there with higher attack damage, higher armor to start from like grinding up the town, getting the blacksmith upgrades and all that.
Roland's good, but it's really mana intense. Okay. I might re-roll it and get it off, because it takes too much mana.
Which one?
Whirlwind.
Yeah, I think the same about the storm. I might just keep going hard on the gargoyle.
Yeah, like I might as well just power up my melee weapon and just kill things better with melee.
That's a portal.
All right, I'll peace out. Have a good rest of the stream.
Bye-bye, Nia. It's nice hanging out with you.
Yeah, good to see you both.
See you soon. Got an item down here.
Yeah, get a little trap. Oh, it's like this? Okay. Fine. There's a button to make it safe.
Thank you. Mage's Robe, plus to mana.
Fine.
That'd be
Steal
better for you right now.
That's okay.
Want the 7 TV rainbow paint. Mine doesn't even display correctly in Chatterino.
Monster pamphlet. Beasts. More experience from bomb beasts. Are we fighting a lot of beasts? I guess so.
Yeah, it just shows as purple on my Chatterino. I don't know why it doesn't display anybody's colors.
So come on down here, because I swear I saw something. Yeah, some ore.
Okay.
Oh. Is that it? No, there's more.
Yeah, a bunch more, it looks like. Or maybe just one really long hallway. Yep, just one really long hallway. Okay, thanks, game.
Alright.
I think I may have forgotten to do effects. Oh no, it's got the expanded floors. Okay.
It's part of your gather over Checkworth.
I do really enjoy saying that. Well, looks like I just found the drop-off and a wellspring. I just kind of like
Well, it's
barged
fine.
right through them all.
That's okay. I can actually kill them pretty effectively now.
Hell yeah.
Get myself a lot of armor and a good weapon.
Let's see, got another trap down here. Magical and physical damage on primary attack. Alright, so we got an item down here.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
You're way up there. I'll wander over that way. This is over by the exit, so at least you can pick it up towards. Oh, nice, you're right here.
Nope, wrong way. Some sort of circle. Time to maintain combo is increased by 0.5 seconds. Ooh,
Nice.
what's all this? That's just a beetle? Okay.
Bat Squadron. Oh, what's the... I forgot I have a whole new skill here. What is it?
Ah, water fountain. And then a bunch of bugs. E.
Controls, keyboard and mouse. Active skill, mouse left, mouse right, mouse 4, mouse 5, Q and E. Wait. Controls. Active skill, mouse left, mouse right, Q and E. Whoa! I have a charge beam now. Time to go test out how powerful this is.
What the? Okay. Sturdy belt. 15.
I just have a grenade
seems-
launcher in my pocket.
That seems effective.
I'm gonna go refill my potion. That was cool. Oh, there's stuff down there I didn't even notice. I just watched my pizza activate my phone.
Just the warmth of the pizza. Oh, that's a sundown. I don't need that. I think that's everything. Yes.
Okay.
Shop right off. Is the red a debuff from you, or is it a buff to them?
It's a buff to them.
Okay.
Whoa, they dropped an item.
20% experience. Wow.
I've never seen an enemy drop an item.
Scroll magic missile page 2?
Oh yeah, getting more magic missile scrolls is really good.
Oh, if whenever I cast a skill. Okay, yeah, that's good.
What's the damage?
Evasion.
Whoops. Let's do that.
I'll also just take the curio box.
Oh, this is a trap room.
Oh, I'll let you take care of it.
There we go. Plus 10 skill power,
Magnet?
plus 10 resistance. Who is?
Lucky horseshoe.
Oh, I see. Ooh. Fancy. Bunch of money in here. You're gonna get me to start yawning here.
I'm sorry. I thought my mic suppressed those.
That's part of why I was
Slept enough
asking
last
how you're
night.
doing. Yeah, I'm technically running off of 3 hours of sleep still. I'm trying to think if I actually had a nap, and I don't think I did.
Okay, there's a treasure chest over there, but I don't know how we get in there.
There's a hole in the wall over
Oh,
here.
that's up there. Okay. Oh, hold on.
Curio box.
we
Nice.
Ooh. Monster pamphlet, fine.
This is a dead end. Ow. Oh, nope.
And all the way over here.
I've been feeling under the weather the past few days. I only just now read that, Hunter. I'm so sorry, hun. I hope that it's nothing too critical and you heal quickly. Got another item down here for you, Yuki.
Yay! I get that. A little slower with only 2 people.
A little bit. Playing it with Noms is a little wild because like he just takes off in the opposite direction of wherever I'm going, so the levels go twice as fast.
May as well. I'll probably regen by the time.
Actually, I don't think I have any regen on this build right now.
I have some pretty solid passive regen. Like I've gotten back 15 mana since I cast that. So I was saying probably regen it by the time we get to the exit.
Oh, nice.
Oh, actually, the exit regens it.
Nah,
I
not
read this
even-
is the boss, but yeah.
Yeah. Hey there. Diablo's minions? They grow stronger. I'm Diablo's minions.
Vendors will have more items than dungeon shops. Okay.
Oh, nice. 6 items instead of 3.
Nice. All those enemies, they're dead now. Ooh, endless potential.
Just unlimited healing. Unexpected gift is waiting for you. But where? Where's the gift? How do I get to gift? Oh, I hate it when it does this because you have to get to it in a like acceptable amount of time or it goes away. Oh, here it is. Do you want to send your gold to town? Yes. Oh, untaxed. The imp's just letting me do that. Okay. That's what the gift is.
The imp gave me some gold.
The imp just gave you my gold.
Yeah, the imp just gave you yours. Gave me yours, yeah.
Wow, that is the fastest paladin. Normally I'm the zoomy one. Fox got the zoomies. Oh, I've not been looking for the switch this whole time. Although I think we just found it.
Gotta go.
Bye.
Time to
Can
get
you
this?
zoom
Oh.
around the map?
Yeah, Thorns, there's a piece of equipment here.
Nice. It's like, same here. Got wizard starting kit. Delicious.
Stiletto, 10% armor AP. Okay, I think that's it.
Another gold drop off, but don't need it. Hello, Forbozak. Welcome in, first time chat. Good to see you. Broadsword plus 10 attack. We're doing some Heroes of Hammerwatch tonight. Tell me where you're watching from. How'd you find us? I smash all box. All box big smash. Just wow, you really are a blender.
That is the Will It Blend.
Power word, will it blend?
The answer is you. Can I have this forever?
Mana Stone, yes. Lesser Sphere of Life, yes. I don't really care about the Apothecary Sphere. By the category, lurk the section sometimes. Helps new guys to that amazing game. Alright. It's a fun little game. I've been enjoying this one. I am actually fairly new to this specific version, although I played the original Hammerwatch quite a bit when it first came out, a long time ago. And this feels so much more like a proper successor to it than the actual second Hammerwatch that came out recently. I have not been looking for the button. I don't see it there.
Where are enemies? Enemies there? Do I still have time? Yes. Ooh. Wait, let that cool down.
Wow, that is a lot of enemies down there.
Oh, they ran out. Oh no. Save me.
The Rangers, the tank. It's so weird. Found the switch. Wow. Found the drop off. Only got 3 ores, so I don't really care that much. Let's see here. I don't even know if there's... So this is floor 2. Is there still an extra floor left before the boss?
Okay, mana, sweet mana. I am addicted to mana. Okay, I can heal again.
I mean, your ability to use that to kind of ignore the potion dynamic is pretty cool. Everybody else has to rely on energy drinks, and your character's like, no.
Yeah, and then also that means if I get the mana thing, I just turn into a blender and don't care if I take damage. What? You hit me? That's okay. Let me just click the heal button whilst I'm still blending you.
Let's see. I found 1 alcohol over here. A bunch more boxes. 2 slices of cheese and a bunch of gold. How very useful.
I guess some for healing. Where's that cheese?
There. Oh, there is a shop on this. Okay.
Yeah, I bought both boots. I got the left and the right boot.
That plus to movement speed is pretty good, actually.
Mm-hmm.
The amount that it gives you for it is, like, comparable to the 6,000 gold that I just spent. Yeah, feel free to share some tips. We're just kind of dinking around playing casually, so I might not try to hyper-optimize along with whatever you end up saying, but always welcome to see what ideas you got. It says 2 out of 3, but... Oh. Okay. Well, I guess that's the one I grabbed then. It shouldn't have been red. Alright. I do have the level 3 magic missile now, though, so that's cool.
Wrong way. This way.
Plop. Got another drop off here.
Okay.
Be handy at the end of the level. Although I think after this level it takes the boss side to drop off anyways. Plants!
Yeah.
I hate plants.
Plants.
Time to use a grenade launcher. Oh no. There we go. Okay, so I do need to remember to use that charge beam more often, because that is really cool.
Nope. I didn't take enough steps forward. Okay, you're only missing like a scrap of health. But I'm a healer. I have to.
Yeah, no, I
have to
get
top
that.
your health off.
Ways the sentences can be finished.
Oh wow.
Found the switch. I see the wall you're currently up against.
I found the rest of the enemies.
Found the well. Oh hey, it's this puzzle again.
Ah.
Okay, this is much easier to work with. Monster Manual Undead.
Apothecary satchel.
Nice. First, you can turn on key counter and settings to display at the top how many keys you have. Right by key counter, there's an aim assist setting. That's not you think it is. That one is controversial. Some people like it, some people don't. I could see that. I tend to use this, use just the cursor on this one. I do have a certain amount of dexterity that I like to be able to take advantage of. And, because I did play the original game, and actually I ended up playing it on controller before I ended up moving to keyboard. While I'm familiar with the dual stick style that it played with, I do definitely prefer the way that it plays on keyboard and mouse. Oh, I thought I hit that switch. I guess I didn't. It's down there. I completely. Yeah, it's in the room with the well. Bugs.
Arm buckler. 25% chance to block 5 damage. Nice.
Let's see what we got. Sphere of Time. That's my
That sounds
second.
very good.
It's
Oh, the combo.
yeah, combo time, but it also goes together with the spheres. So now, since I have 2 different spheres, I gain the combo Nova. Anytime that I kill 10 enemies in X amount of time, I'm able to explode.
Ooh.
I'm gonna turn in my 4,000 gold here before something bad happens.
Fine.
See a chest up here. What do we got? It's a silver one. Wand of Spell Piercing. I got a box.
Wand of spell
And
piercing also.
Type 8 in game chat. I don't. Based on that emote, I don't think I will. Let's see. I think that's it for this map. Oh, that's full potions. Take a look at my equipment here. That's funny, you can get different monster brochures and monster manuals. In getting the different combos increases your total damage. Won't do anything bad, just a funny thing. Yeah, due to the lack of information, I won't be doing that. Smile.
Okay. This boss is really rough for me.
Oh,
I'll try to kill the ads.
I forgot that I have this ability. That doesn't seem to do nearly as much as just hitting him with this. Ow. He's a little faster than I am. Thank you.
No, get away from me. Sir, I don't want anything to do with you. I am melee.
Ah.
Ooh. Okay,
Nice.
we got him.
Seal the
This-
Martyr. Glowing
Chainmail,
staff.
plus 5 armor. Seal of Souls.
Dang, I wish I could give you the other seal that I picked up.
We'll seal everything. Oh, God, we're here already.
Yeah, but 2 players, I don't know if that means Diablo's minions grow weaker. Ah! I hate those blasted meteor strikes. We have a chest over here? What is this? This looks
Seems like-
bad.
It seems really bad. So I think if you push the button, arrows are going to start coming down from these this way, and we have to get all the way over here to be able to cross to get the silver chest. Do we have a silver key even?
I don't anymore. I used it last level, so we'll go looking for one.
Yeah, if we find a silver key, then maybe it's worth the time. Otherwise, it looks like it's going to be a bad time.
Oh no, I found another one of those stupid statues.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I love ghosts. And how they do so much magic damage that they can't block.
That is so many skeletons. Are you kidding me? That combo Nova does some good damage. It's just free extra attacks with spread.
And you're really good at like getting high combos because you have such good AoE.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely stacks nicely. I understand now why Noms likes the Zoomies build on the Ranger. Nice. Ah! The combo Nova killed that thing. Because it was getting 3 hits in per wave.
Uh-oh. Boom. Uh-oh. Mana crystal. Mana crystal. Mana crystal. I'm addicted to magic.
Oh, silver key. Which
Ooh, a
silver,
silver
key,
key.
do you want to deal with? 'Cause there's another one here. This is the rotary one, it looks like.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, if we kill all the enemies right, it's no problem.
Yeah. Let's see.
I guess we can do this one. Oh, there's the enemies.
Okay. If you want to chill here.
Oh, okay.
Duelist
Seal of
Edge.
Rage.
Alright. When you return an
25%
attack.
attack speed.
Ooh. Alright. The outside is. Okay.
All too easy.
Nice. I consume your crystals. Is that sequence complete? Is that all of them?
There's some space up here.
Okay. What do we got?
That's portal.
Okay.
What about over here?
Something.
Oh, just some loot. Bronze key.
Oh, handy. And a drop-off point, which.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it up. Well, what if there's a drop at the start of the next
Yeah,
level?
I'm gonna wait. I would feel awful losing 5 grand, but like, also, what if there's good loot?
What if next level there's a shop right there and it's like, oh, well, we could get so far with this item.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the exit.
I walk around so much with just the map open. Let's see. Statue.
Gargoyle statue.
Got that resolved. Looks like it found another wellspring. Whoa! Found a bronze key.
Oh, there's a chest over here.
Oh, nice. Let's see what it is.
I'll stand right here because that looks like. Oh, it's just enemy.
Nice. Oh, it's these guys with the
Oh,
stun
that was
ability.
the wrong button.
Mark 'em
Okay, you
stun.
said you found a wellspring. Apothecary Sphere triggers combo when you drink your potion.
Nice. Free combo. Let's see. There. Thought I saw it off to the right. What the heck was it? Maybe I was wrong. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Also, I'm keeping an eye out for any red tapestries that have a hole in them because it's the same thing as the floor 1.
Yes, I can use it. Red tapestries with a hole in it?
Mm-hmm.
Oop. Nice. Mostly the lich is dead. A lot of things there. Okay.
I have so much gold on hand right now. Huh. Hole in the wall. Ring of Mana. Mana regen.
Mana regen. That's really good for me.
Hell yeah. Ooh, it's good for both of us. That helps everyone. Ah! Okay. Very nice. Bunch of ore. And another bronze key. A great threat has spawned. Where? Up there. Okay. Come get some. Come on.
Ghosts! Oh, lovely.
Okay.
Is that it?
Where's the heck? Oh. I step out of there. And it's way over here. Wow. All right.
Next level! Yay!
It only downhill from here.
They only get healthier and more damaging.
How are these skeletons so healthy?
Aren't they skeletons? Aren't you dead? Why are you so hard to kill? You're dead.
I have 20 ore I would really like to turn in.
14, yeah, same.
That was a room full. Okay, so I found a shop. Not exactly what we're looking for.
Glitches. We're finding glitches. Okay, now it's just archers. I think.
Okay. Got this knight here. Oh, I dropped an item. Ring of Rejuvenation. Where are you at? You're up there. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you for the health.
20% chance to qualify with a cool. Yeah, that sounds great. I would love to read right now, you know? Reading seems like an important thing to do at the moment.
Another item. Oh, spellbook. Plus to magic damage. Okay. Everything kind of stabilized for the moment. I'm just gonna stand here. What did I get? Okay. Okay. When evading an attack, you return 50% damage to the attacker. Oh, that was exactly the item. The Scimitar of Evasion. Another mini-boss. Dropped a key. Nice. And another one. What's this one gonna drop? I kind of want to turn on the thing that gives more elites if they actually drop items consistently like this.
I am focused. Oh, I'm fine now. Okay, full health. I love leveling.
Wow, that was a
no longer
lot
full
of
health.
meteor hits. Yeah. I just watched you get hit like 5 times. That would have killed me. Okay. We can get that one ghost out of the wall. Leave that statue alone.
Please. Just for the moment, you know?
Thank you for the healing.
As much as I can provide.
Don't mind me as I Toho this hallway here. Thank you. Okay. Anything tasty?
Oh, you mentioned a shop. Oh, there it is. We're good.
Cool.
I love
great
great
threads.
I love fighting ghosts. It's great.
Sound like I don't do this already in the physical layer. That one dropped ore. That ghost had a rock. I now have a haunted rock.
Ooh.
$30 ore and 11,000 gold.
Greater Ring of Rejuvenation. Holy.
Claymore, Cloak of Many Pockets, Ring of Health. An additional health regen? Yes, yes, please.
Okay, there's some really good items here, but I feel like I probably should grab them.
I just went and spent 5,000 gold on items, so like.
Okay, may as well fall down then.
Yeah.
Alright, some really good items.
Got a Claymore and a Cloak of Many Pockets. Theoretically, I can just. Yeah, I can just take these down now. That melee damage makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I got a Greater Ring of Rejuvenation, so my mana should be like filling really fast. And it's also my second ring. Full plate mail, and what was the last item? Oh,
It's
Tower
complete.
Shield. 25% chance to block 25 physical damage.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
It's good stuff. Just like, that's really expensive.
Yeah. Oh, hey, the drop-off. It was being guarded by all these ghosts.
And that's 3 mini bosses.
Let it.
Monster Rusher.
Nice. There's so many enemies over there. I'm absolutely
There's so
dumping
many
this.
enemies over here.
4,996 gold. That's all I get to turn in out of all that. Out of the 7,000 in hand. I just picked up 5 more ore immediately.
Ow.
Oh.
Do we have a silver key?
I do. I have no idea what this puzzle is.
Looks like it might just be timing.
Oh.
Oh, what's something
Ow.
else?
Thank you. Okay.
Right?
Monster
Rapier
manual.
Retaliation. When evading attack, you gain 25% damage. Okay.
Nice.
Ooh, another one. This is the kind that like obliterated me.
I don't think there's an item here. I think this is just a trap.
Rude.
Let's see here. Yeah,
Did you just shoot one of them for 130 damage just straight up?
it was a crit, but yeah.
Okay.
I am doing 60, 90. Yeah, that's a trap that you can use to get them to run over and get shot. That's funny. Yeah. No, I should not have run across that. Just look away for half a second and everything's gone.
Just, you know, some damage. You do a little bit of damage. There's 2 ore over there. And some magic. Oh. was a good level.
That was. I didn't expect there to be that much stuff. There was also like no secrets. It was all just do a thing.
Yeah. Oh, I cleared out the shop.
Yeah, I wish it was possible to buy more than 3 items at a time.
Go ahead and drop off. Yeah, 27 ore. Don't really want to leave with that.
Okay.
Oh,
you
could've
you
just
ready to
dropped
go?
off
Yeah. You ready to go fight death?
I think I'm ready to die. Yeah.
Well,
Hi, Death. What? What the?
I just fucked up death. I just did a lot of damage to death.
Okay.
Or that's
Ooh,
one of them
okay.
down.
Okay.
Ah. Okay, instead of
Okay.
thank
Heal
you.
me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me. Mana regen, mana regen, mana regen, mana regen. Why is my mana draining? What's going on here?
Uh,
Mana regen, mana regen, mana regen. Need more mana, need more mana. Okay, where's Sandy? Where's Sandy? Heal.
I
Heal.
just got. Alright, that's
Okay,
two.
that's 2 of them. No, it's just the blue one.
Ah, ow, ow,
More
ow.
dot.
Thank you.
It also
Ye-
provides a magic shield, so probably pretty
Yeah,
helpful in
thank
this
you.
fight.
Yeah, that's been very helpful. Okay. Was that it?
I think so.
Okay. Thank
This
you.
is so easy. Where's the item?
Okay.
Oh, there they are.
Okay, I got a longbow and a lucky charm.
I think I got a
That's
claymore.
one depressing
and
painting.
A claymore and a slippery cloak, which actually netted me 11% evasion because I already had 2 pieces of Elite Trickster's Ensemble.
Nice. I have a lot of stuff right now that's just outright, here's a bunch more damage. I'm doing nearly 100 per shot now. Oh, new zone. New zone.
This is your first time here?
I've been here 2 other times before. Enemies sometimes explode into light, and it's dangerous. Basically, don't let enemies die physically right next to you.
Oh, that sounds great for a paladin.
Mm-hmm. So many colors. Is that an eyeball? That's a big eyeball. Oh, it's the
it's their
summoning
nest.
zone. Okay. I do not know what the secrets look like here. Ooh. Okay. Ah!
Is
Orbs.
this the For the Worthy seed? Oh wait, I can block these.
Oh, nice.
Like,
Okay. I took a turbo walk north.
yeah, I just had like half a dozen orbs on me. Okay.
Yeah. What the hell am I?
Oh,
Okay. So those are bad.
so you go on the ones that have the trap on it. Got it.
Ah,
I don't think you can even pick me up.
no, but you will show up at the entrance to the next level if I just ignore your body. Still be dead, and I'll still have to soul link you, but you'll at least not be in the middle of a fire pit. Let's see here. What's the way? Do you get the feeling this might be close to the end of this run? Because I could also try and jump in the portal for extra challenge.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much further than this.
Okay. Oh, that's the exit. Okay. Ooh! That hit really hard. Give me that cheese. Okay, this, I think, is a thing. No? Is
There's
this
like
a
a book on
thing?
a stand. That could be significant.
Oh, yeah. Trying to see if any of these are like another hidden switch or a passage. Let's see. Chapter 2, Withering Decay. Okay.
We got a buff on the top. Interesting.
Oh. Huh. Don't know what that
Doesn't really
means.
say what it is.
Uh, uh, so hard to tell what I'm even looking at. I don't think I'm gonna try that. But that looks dangerous.
It feels dangerous.
Yeah. It looks like it felt pretty dangerous. I'm on fire. I found another book.
Chapter 4.
Okay, yeah. 80 days. Some more aura. Uh.
Uh-huh.
And you're the great threat? You are the great threat. Okay then. You know what? How about this? How about this, bud? Yeah. How about that? Ah, there's another! Okay.
That wasn't
that's
Chloe
the exit.
before.
That's the exit there. Yeah, I think it's from these books that I've been reading.
Some light reading.
Secret passage has been revealed. Another secret passage. Oh, jeez. This place is intense. It's a lot. None of this looks like what I need. I just want to see if there's 2 more books that I'm somehow missing. Okay, this is a thing. It's a lot of ore.
It's good loot.
So, how do I... That must be, like, the secret once it's all resolved. Okay.
Wasn't as disastrous this time.
Slightly less disastrous. I still feel like I'm gonna get eaten by a wall. Okay.
Just, you know, a little bit of a time to think fast.
Yeah. And there's no missing switch there. What? Okay. There's no book up there. No, that's... I don't... I think I may have messed up. Or it may just be that there's only the 2 books for the level because it's procedurally generated and only some of them spawn. Hard to say.
Yeah. It could be like an entire section type of thing.
Welcome back.
I live.
Uh,
I can do
yeah.
things. Like press this button.
Big
I love pressing
Healy.
that button.
That,
It's a good button.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, it's maintained. Because there's also a book here.
Okay. Chapter 1. And another... There's a switch on the wall.
Sorry. I am not a damage dealer.
Whoa!
Oh, okay. Oh. There's no make it safe button, is there?
I don't think there is.
Ooh, because I panic ran.
Oh no. I don't think you can block those.
Yeah, but I can take it as few as possible.
Nice. Alright, what did I get from that? Physical damage ignores 20% of enemies' armor. Nice.
I think that seemed like it was something really cool. It might be worth it.
Yeah.
Kill required for combos are lowered by 2, lesser combo Nova. Yes, that was pretty worth it.
Hell yeah.
No, I am still not a damage dealer.
I
am
have
the healer. I am the white mage. Don't fuck with the white mage, but listen.
No, I will.
Oh, okay, okay.
I appear to be... Oh, okay. I need to be paying closer attention to where the buttons are on the walls, because those are... a lot of loot to be found.
Oh, God, I hate that flare.
That explosion, yeah.
Yeah.
When they die.
It's bad.
Okay. Found... Oh, I found the last book and it's on a glowing pedestal.
Huh, I'm gonna come over near you just because this seems ominous.
Yeah. Oh, wait, this might just be the... Oh, it's... Yes. Very nice. Okay.
Oh, is it just the refill?
That's just a refill.
Okay. I have 2 charges. I wonder what happened. What caused that?
Just gonna shoot these from way over here. I hate those zones. Let's see what's down here.
Wow, my mana regen is really good.
This feels like it's going to be something. Just not yet. That piercing ability is nice.
Oh yeah.
Red diamond. Oh, what?
Ooh.
Oh, alright, yeah.
Ah.
I just lost 36 ore.
No.
Oh, that was a hell of an upgrade. Alright. I think I'm gonna call that, like, that's a solid run. I'm at about 5.5 hours into my stream here, and my wrist can only handle so much.
That's fair. Well,
Oh.
thank you for inviting me to play. I had lots of fun.
Yeah, I'm. What else? I want to see. I want to go to the town. Let's go to the town.
Okay.
Let's see what unlocks we got.
Ooh.
Oh right, I have all the things at the smith to get. I got 52 ore.
I have
So let's-
101.
Yeah, hold on to that. It'll be handy. Let's see. We can upgrade the blacksmith again. Upgrade the general store again. Increases the number of items available. And prices are cheaper. Upgrade guild hall. Upgrade fountain. Upgrade apothecary. Upgrade magic shop. Unlocks wizard by upgrades to your skills. Okay. Well, we just bought the wizard. So I'm assuming that's the building to the west? Yeah, it's the building to the west. Okay. So what's up with this person? I'm gladly... Oh. Okay. Oh.
Resistance, skill power, and critical damage with skills. Okay, well I don't really... Well, I guess my whirlwind, but...
My skill power. So my arrow ability can be made even more powerful.
Mhm.
Okay. I have completely burned all of the treasury income that I've made, but it's been worth it for the upgrade. Let's see. I'm really liking this power shot ability. +2. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting sleepy. I was like, I could do another game or a different game, and I'm like, no, I shouldn't. I want to. I see that there's people hanging out, and I want to hang out, but I also need to be nice to my body, even when I feel like I got the energy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't have the energy the next day. Let's see. Can't destroy that yet. Are there like different resistances? This is taking 24 damage.
Oh yeah, Citizen's armored.
It's taking 120 per shot.
That one's got magic.
80 per shot. So armored targets take more from my power shot. Interesting. It's good to learn.
Tank buster shot.
Yeah. It looks so cool too. Okay, I'm gonna shut this down for now. I'm gonna let you disconnect first though, to make certain it does save your progress, so you don't lose that 100 and something ore. That's a solid start.
So is this the button?
Yep, looks like it. Alright.
Yep, I still have it.
Sleepy puppy mode. Yeesh. Alright, let's hit the thank you for watching button. Also, why is my... Hold on, why does it do this? My puppy, she in a weird spot. Why is she in a weird... Lady, why are you down there? The heck? There. Wow. Wow. Oh, that's weird seeing me in the outfit. Okay. Thank you everybody for dropping in tonight. This is an absolute blast. I know I say that almost every episode. As I've been watching my VODs, I say that nearly every episode. I didn't even realize that it was becoming just a habit, but hey, this has been an absolute blast. I had a lot of fun. We'll have to do this again soon. Trying to think, oh, I never actually hit the transition on this. What was I gonna say? Shoot. If we can wrangle everybody together tomorrow, I would love to do Baldur's Gate 3, but I also don't know how if we're actually gonna get that to work out. If not, I might just end up doing like solo content on it or something, or more platforming madness. I don't know. I downloaded a bunch of games tonight, and I have to like filter through and add them to my list of things to put into the community votes. Let's see. Who do I want to raid tonight? Who's currently streaming? Emily's back doing Rust. Let's let everybody say hi to Emily. Beep, 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 beep. We hit start raid. Thank you so much, Dan, for hitting that Discord. Thank you, everybody, for joining in tonight, for all those that sat in the background, and for those that took part in the chat, and everybody that's watching the VODs. I super appreciate all of you folks, and I hope to see you again tomorrow evening, about 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Let's all go wander off and say hi to the Shark Cat. Have a good night. And then I get boops and beeps and beeps and boops. Yep, there they are.